Yeah, President Uhuru Kenyatta was in Kiambu, and he made remarks that has sparked anger among the deputy president supporters. While the remarks were delivered in Kikuyu language, some of us could only hear about Kibaki 10 and me 10. So later we found out the interpretation was that actually I'm not going to leave this country to a person who will spoil my 10 years of legacy and 10 years of Kibaki's legacy. He talked about hawezi achia mwisi kiti. Ni mwizi ama mwisi? I'm speaking lawyer English. So hataki kuachia mwizi kiti. So that has sparked rage among Tanga supporters. And I don't know if you are enraged or you're happy. You're welcome to the studio. I've been away for some time. Sometimes it's good to take a break. Sometimes it's good to rest. But nevertheless, I'm back. And we can have conversations over the same. I will just drop here some clips for the sake of those who maybe had not come across such remarks, so that we are reading from the same page. We may not hear everything he's saying, but the interpreters have na nigetha tutikeone ringi ta bururi tucokete kuria tumite miaka 10 ya muthe Kibaki neno yakwa mamutikare igurire thi niguo turena mikorana mitu kana atia Okay, that's a brief clip of what he said. And today now there has been a lot of bashing and reactions over the same. Let's hear what some of the people that support not president, but deputy president, what
President William Ruto have told off President Uhuru Kenyatta for remarks he made against electing thieves to take over from him. The MPs who accompanied Ruto to Kajiado and Makueni counties dared the president to name those he thinks are thieves and should not be on the ballot. Stephen Leto reports.
Kajiado East constituency played host to Deputy President William Ruto and his brigade, with a Thanksgiving ceremony in Maruroi providing a stage for Ruto's allies to hit back at President Uhuru Kenyatta over his remarks that thieves should not succeed him.
We voted for you, we campaigned for you. The Deputy President led our team. Mr. President, today you are telling us the 8 million Jubilee supporters in your own reading are full of conmen and crooks and thieves. That is an insult to the Jubilee family.
Na kama rais ako na habari kuna mtu mwizi anataka kusimama, afanye mpango, ashikwe, apelekwe kotini, afungwe, hata kuwa kwa kinyang'anyiro.
The lawmakers directing their attack at the president in the presence of his deputy. They brought back memories of the International Criminal Court process where President Kenyatta and his deputy in 2013 faced crimes related to the 2007-2008 post-election violence and accused President Kenyatta of betrayal.
Because we are the ones who have the votes, we elected you. You are facing crimes against humanity. You are facing crimes of mass displacement of people. But we voted for you.
DP Ruto allied lawmakers told the president in Kajiado to be specific on who he wants not to be elected over corruption-related cases.
Rais wetu yuko na mwaka mmoja na lazima aweze kutuambia ule anaiba ni nani na wale wanatakana wakose kusimama ni wakina nani kuliko kuongea in parables.
You have the EACC, you have the DCI. Use those and tell the country. Don't be general, be specific. You know, be specific. You're a leader. A leader must talk with specificity. Usipate tape useme ati kuna mwizi, hakuna.
But Deputy President William Ruto avoided direct engagement with his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, instead taking his opponents by their horns and asking them.
Haya, mmesikia. So kitu ya kufurahisha, President hakutaja huyo mwizi wenye watu wanasema. He only said figuratively and in parables that he's not going to leave presidency in the hands of people who are going to destroy his legacy, or what he also called hawezi achia wezi. So how Tanga and Hustler Nation have picked it and made it their own remarks directed against them is telling. And so we need to know why they are very 100% sure that the president was speaking about maybe their presidential candidate and not any other candidate that is running for presidency. So talk to us. Why do you think it's only one wing of government campaign that is enraged by these remarks? As we say that, Mankidi also added his voice. Na leo amekuwa na sauti. Unajua, he has been always soft-spoken, but today he seemed to be amplifying his voice. So what is going on? Let's hear Mankidi what he was saying.
Has backed President Uhuru Kenyatta's call to Kenyans not to elect thieves or crooks to succeed him at State House next year. Moi, who was addressing mourners in Kiserian, Kajiado County, during the burial of Mzee William Koike Mopel, said presidential hopefuls with questionable integrity cannot be entrusted with management of the country. Moi promised to offer free secondary education and slash taxes by 50% if the One Kenya Alliance team clinches the presidency next year.
Chunge maslaha zenu. Uchague viongozi ambao unajua watachunga maslaha zenu. Tafadhali. Usichague waizi tafadhali. Na kwa uchumi, we are going to have a 24-hour uchumi run by 3 shifts. Utafautishe kura na kukula. Nini? Kura na kukula. Wakifika hapa, kula. Usibakishe. Mali ni yenyu. Usibaki. Wakati siku itafika, ni kura. Na kura ndio siri.
Mjue ya kwamba wale kutangulia sikufika. Kuna wengine walianza zamani, lakini hawajafika mahali. Tutawashika tu na tutawapita. Si ndio? Walisema wameanza, lakini hii ni marathon. Hii hapana, hii sprint, hii ni marathon. Tutapita hawa tu pole pole.
Okay, mmesikia KANU Fresh imejikakamua. Pia wanasema musichakue wezi. So who is the thief that the president is referring to and KANU chairman is referring to? And then do you agree with Hustler Nation that if president is actually sure that there's one candidate who may be having an integrity issue, he should go ahead and name him, or he should go ahead and follow the due process so that that person maybe is ameshtakiwa, so that we are not just having a proxy war, but we are actually trying to solve the challenges this country is facing. If there are people who have issues with integrity, should it be Jubilee's duty to make sure that the suspects, the culprits, are brought to book? And one of his legacy, we will remember him as somebody who fought corruption and he nailed it. He didn't spare even the big fish. So talk to us. Are these just political sound bites, or there is something concrete that we are going to get out of the process? I see people have joined us live through the comment section. As usual, there will always be people who are quick to abuse and not even make meaningful contribution in the comment section. Kazi yetu ni kuambia tutakuwa tu hapa na hatuokopi matusi. We will air what needs to be aired. We will discuss what needs to be discussed. And nobody can intimidate us to say what we want to say. So you're free to come and give your ideas, opinion, and nobody will be intimidated because you have just decided that you will abuse us. Hapana, sisi hapana tishika. So welcome Musa Ole Kiptuat. That's an interesting name. Let's have a few, 1 or 2, 3 comments I read, and then we begin the conversation. Juma anasema watu walichipanga kwa kipole bila hasira na makasiriko. Oxide anasema, did Uhuru Kenyatta mention somebody's name? Why are you Udaku fraternity aggrieved? Ameuliza swali mzuri. Kama Uhuru hakutaja, kwa nini wachitaje? So Kiboi Ndiema anasema hata yeye ni mwizi. Pandora Papers, ni papers sio papers. Atawaambia kulienda wapi vipi. Yes, the president promised when he come back to Kenya he will shed more light on Pandora Papers. Bado hajaongea. Kwa nini hajaongea? Atuambie. Okay, Lennis anasema Ruto is unstoppable. Okay, in Kenya people decide who to they will vote for in 2017. They will decide who they will vote for 2022 in 2017. So whichever way drama watu wanaamua, huyo wao watakufa naye. Sawa sawa, tunakubali ishe. Max J anasema Caleb Kipsangut, nothing is obvious, it's only God who knows. Hawa watu wenye wanasemanga only God who knows, isn't it the same God who says in the word that the things I know I have also chosen to reveal to my prophets? He talks in Amos, he talks about that for he reveals his will to his prophets, that I think it's Amos 3:7. Somewhere also in Genesis he talked about that my Abraham is my friend, we talk face to face. So musituambie tu ni Mungu anajua hii mambo, hata wanadamu pia wanajua, wanaambiwanga na the same God. Kulikuwa na kipindi hapa ya prophet alikuwa anatuambia maneno leo. Ayana Mina says Pandora Papers wanaita wengine waizi, kwendeni uko. Okay. Caleb Kipsangut anasema Junet told us of their plan. Lewis Kioge anasema nothing is obvious there. Let the thief call to home. Okay. Ayan Amina anasema fala wewe. Mimi ndio fala ama ni nani? Okay, ninakupali ishe. Wewe ndio kusema. Jim Ngere anasema Caleb Kipsangut thief want get in State House. Mike Johnson anasema tell what? Okay, sijapata kenye amesema. Mburu anasema Mount Kenya useme huyu ni mwizi ndio tunapigia kura tukisema huyu ni wetu Ruto 2022. Okay, talk to us. Musa, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, wewe umesikiaje hii maneno ya Mr. President? Anachokosa watu ama wako na ukweli?
Kwanza kabisa, first and foremost, I want to second or to agree totally with the President of the Republic of Kenya that to what he said about kuachia Wesi kiti. You know, the President is the only person who knows who is the mwizi. And before niongelee sana, there is somebody kwa hapo messages umesoma alikuwa na request about the Pandora Papers. You know, I want to make this thing clear. You know, the Pandora Papers is not being thief. That is investing outside country, which is not encouraged because we need to invest in our own country for our own country to develop. So the complaint was it that why is Uhuru investing outside rather than investing in Kenya and is a Kenya to develop our country? That is not stealing. So that must be clearly, and you cannot force someone to tell you the reason why he invests outside. And to make it clear, that is not stealing anyone property. And remember that Uhuru is a son to the founder of the country, and he was born rich. So we can't say that he stole those money. Secondly, you know, when this era of Uhuru started about those years, Uhuru knew Ruto and he's a good friend to Ruto. Until they went to hang together. And now you see things are changing. Do you think that Uhuru sent something with Ruto? Indeed, he said he's not going to leave the country in the hands of thieves. And he never mentioned somebody. But some people are going on mentioning themselves. Because ni wewe tu unajua kitanda yako kama iko na chawa ama hakuna. So that's why I was listening today to some fellows there in Anduale demanding president to mention the name. How can he mention the name and yet you know yourself? If Raila was a thief, I imagine today the followers of Raila were in Mombasa. Did you heard any one of them saying that Uhuru say that they are anyway? No, because they believe that their hand is clean. But my fellow guys here, Duale and the so-called Hustler Nation, were busy blaming the president. So it is clear. Recently, one of the thieves escaped from the pure people and went to Uda. Our PASI is suffering. Waiguru is suffering, even wishing how he could come back. And I'm told he's preparing to go to outside Kenya to meet Raila abroad to make something. You know, Raila rescue her. She could have been somewhere where Songo is right away. So, on my point of view, the President of the Republic of Kenya is ready to leave the presidency to someone who can lead the country and someone who have the heart of its citizen, not these thieves. Because just imagine when the deputy president William Samoei Ruto will be the president of Kenya. There's this guy who never did KCSE, this so-called Sudi. You know, that guy could be make the CS of security. And you know how he reacts. You know, that guy is the foolish person. I'm not bullying him, but I can blame him through his papers. You know, he was busy telling us that papers will not bring food to your table. How will that reflect to our students in school? So students will not be taking education in an important way because they know that Sudi is a rich person, but he never did this before. So what we want to say is that we want to we want to sanitize and to live our country in a way that we can at least be sure of the 2030 vision. You know, in Kinandindi Nyoro will never help us. Even if vijana wadogo. So my fellow Kenyans, let's do a wise decision. We are not bullying anyone, but we are trying to frame and to shape our country. Thank you very much. I'm Musa from Narok County.
Okay, Musa, before you part, kuna mtu amecomment something here that I think we can weigh in.
Yes.
Alinuru Mohammed anasema hivi. When Ruto supported Uhuru since 2002,
Yes.
he is good. But now, when Ruto stands with hustlers, he is a thief. Where are the COVID billionaires like Raila and ODM MPs? Okay. Before you weigh in, I wanted to, you see, this script people have played it and overplayed it. When you tell us when he supported me, he was not a thief. And right now that he's running, the question is when you go to IEBC, or you are clearing yourself to run for a seat. Nobody goes to clear as a supporter. You clear as a candidate.
Yes.
So hii mambo ya kutuambia when he was supporting Raila he was good. Of course, even kwa barabara, the traffic rules are for the driver. They are not for passengers. They are not even for conductor.
Yes.
Wakati polisi anasimamishanga gari, hasimamishi gari na anaambia conductor you are overspeeding. He tells only the driver. So muache kutuambia hii story ati when I was supporting you I was clean. Now that I'm running I'm not clean. Of course we only censure the candidates who are running. If you are a supporter we don't censure you. That's why me, even if I'm corrupt, I will vote for anybody. By the day I will stand for the seat, people will censure me and ask me whether I'm corrupt or not. So mwache hiyo upuzi ya kutuambia ati when I was grinding I was not clean. Now that I'm that is a debate for the weak people. Can you come out candidly and tell us whether your candidate is ni mchafu ama sio mchafu? Lakini kutuambia ati wakati nilikuwa na support Raila ati mlisema mimi ni clean. Who said you are clean? We were never focused on you. We only focused on the candidate who's running for president. Now that you are running, we have to put a spotlight on you. Come on, guys. Even when Biden was running as a running mate for Obama, the issues that were raised this 2020 were never raised then because he was a running mate. But when he becomes presidential candidate, there are serious issues that must be raised because somebody wants to occupy the highest office of the land. I think we need to make that clear. So you are able to respond kwa hii COVID billionaires alafu tupatie Caleb aseme mambo yake.
So allow me also to talk about this million. Amesema that where is Raila and the ODM MPs in the COVID millionaires scandal? You know, we do have any evidence that shows us we have Raila was involved. And what we know, and take this to the bank, whatever who feel like this is a reality. Raila is 100% sure not a corrupt person. Because how many enemies do Raila have in Kenya? And I believe those Tanga could have sued Raila if they knew anything. And for your information, the person who introduced NYS scandal, the person who overseed and say there is something happening there was Raila. Eurobot was Raila. And who are involved in the NYS? There were Uhuru there. And even Ruto, Uhuru even told us that pesa ilibebwa na Ruto na gunia. And I wish you could have that clip. There was a time Ruto alikuwa anasema wengine walibeba pesa na gunia. So you see, it is being between them. And kusema eti COVID billionaires, we don't have, Raila was never involved in such a scenario. That is just trying to throw dust on Raila's supporters. What we know, Raila is a Mandela. I can't do that because that person have the heart of Kenyans. Not he loves everyone, and I know he's ready to deliver this country to someone. Have you ever heard Raila making some utterances that are going to divide Kenya? Some, these the so-called hustlers around the DP are making so many noise, but they don't know any one thing, that we focus and we want to see wisdom, and we know there is an impact that is being created by the outgoing president. For instance, the relationship between the president and the deputy was known, and there's something Uhuru might have seen in this guy, and that's why he told him, let us change the constitution so that we get those, at least we fix some positions so that the government can be large and the governance and the representative could at least be fixed, so that there could have ever been an opposition or a government in charge. But now that is the beginning of Ruto's war with the president. Then the president told him, yes, you don't want, so okay, you go your ways and I go my ways. So you see now, when it started, that's now the cause. And the president knew that Ruto have this, and he know him better. I believe so, because they have worked together. If it is stealing, they stole together. So this is so heretic. So let us wait and let us not throw dust on Raila's supporters that Raila was involved for those scandals. No, we don't believe that, and we need to transform our country, and we speak fact. And if someone wants to ask me why are
Let
we
me
saying
ask you
Ruto is
this
a
way.
thief, I can tell you. Yes.
Okay, sorry, just finish.
We have some evidence that shows us this Ruto is a thief, and that's why tuliposema tusiachie nchi yetu the thief, wakajisema leo that hawa ndio thieves. I can give you some examples why Ruto is being referred as mwizi. Even say himself, and some of them know. So this is automatically something that is there, tunajua. So for me, hivyo ndio mimi naweza sema.
Okay, Caleb Kipsangut, unakubaliana na hii maneno ya president, and why are some people angered?
Good evening, Mr. Mtembei.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, I'm getting you loud and clear. Mr. Musa, I don't know why you are supporting Mr. Raila. We have been supporting this guy since 1992, but he has been failing. And what Uhuru spoke the other day, when you are in a relationship, with a woman, when you are inside that relationship, that woman is very beautiful. The voice is okay, the shape is okay, everything is wow. But once that relationship comes to an end, when somebody tells you that's your girl, you say, how can I associate myself with that ugly girl? Look at her, look at the legs. She now becomes ugly because you guys are not together. And what came around with between the president and the deputy, we don't know. Mr. Musa, stop lying to us that walisema tubadilishe katiba. Nobody knows what came up. Na wamekataa kukam clear kusema hii ndio ilikuja hivi na hivi, so that they can solve. There's nothing, nobody knows. Wait for nipe muda kwanza.
Just allow him some time. Write down your points. You will ask all of them. Allow him to prosecute his point. Just write down. That's why I'm saying to write down. Allow him to prosecute first. He has just started.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, nobody knows what came up between the two. And whatever the president is doing, he has not mentioned anybody. Yeah, he has not mentioned Mr. Ruto. You know, these guys are just trying to throw stones to Ruto. Ruto is a clean man, Bona. Yeah, Ruto is a clean man. Believe me, you. Ruto is a clean man, and we the hustlers believe with the bottom up economy is going to change this country. We want that money to be supplied to the grassroots. Huko chini, watu wa chini, vijana tupate pesa, tuingie shamba, tuende nini. Your guy, Mr. Raila, is talking about 6,000. Yeah? There are families in Trans Nzoia in where one family has 10 children. You're talking of 6,000. What will that 6,000 do? Eh? We are Kenyans. Once you promise somebody, I will give you something, that person will not work. He will be waiting for that 6,000. We have seen occasions where politicians promise people that kesho tunakuja kuwapatia chakula mahali. Some people won't go to work, wanarauka kule mapema. Afadha mzazi mzima anarauka kwa uwanja pale mapema, mheshimiwa anakuja kupeana zawadi, anapata ni unga kilo moja, anapatiwa na chumvi. You have waited the whole day kupewa unga kilo moja na chumvi, yet to have a family of 10 people. That 6,000 ni kitu ya kutu brainwash, telling us they will be giving us and it is not everybody. Wanaangalia zile familia hazijiwezi. Yeah? What will 6,000 do? But we, with the bottom up economy, we want to supply that money to the grassroots so that kila mtu ajitegemee. Wewe kama Msa uingie biashara yako, join sako, wanamwaga pesa kule, you support yourself, you make your own money. Hatutaki hii mambo unapewa handouts. We want people to generate their own money. That's why we speak of the bottom up economy. And for me, I bet for Mr. William Ruto. He's the best. Because mwalimu hayati Mwalimu Nyerere wa Tanzania alisema ukiona mtu anatafuta madaraka kwa sana, muangalie huyo mtu. Raila has been fighting for this thing since 1992 to date. And that man is a failure and he will not get it. Just recently, Mr. Junet told us of their plans. May God bless Junet for his mouth. Hiyo mdomo yake imetusaidia. We have known what they were planning. That if Raila takes the president, the government will go to Nyanza. So the people of Nyanza will now be ruling. Hao ndio kila kitu kwao ni huko. What about us? Sisi wengine tutakuwa wapi? We want an inclusivity kind of government where kila mtu amekuwa Mkisii, Mturukana, nini, they feel involved. And the kind of government we want, Mr. William Ruto will provide with the bottom-up economy. And believe me, we are going to take this government and you will see change. We will see change. Ngoja mtaona. Mr. Mtembei, back to you.
Okay.
Okay, let me allow my colleague to ask you a few questions. I will also ask you a few questions.
Can I respond
Yeah,
a bit?
ask the questions.
Okay, I don't have a question, but I want just to, so he mentioned so many things, and I want to clarify to him that first, he said that I'm cheating to Kenyans that we don't know what came between the president and the deputy president. But sometimes let's be wise. Ruto was in Busia. He addressed the people telling them that tulikosana na hawa jamaa juu ya kubadilisha katiba. Wajamaa wagani wao? That is Raila and Uhuru. And that was sure of it. Was that not clear? It was clear. Even the media were advising that what made Ruto and Uhuru came apart was this constitution making. My friend here is telling me about the bottom up and the 6,000. Stop correlating the bottom up and the 6,000. That is the bottom up and the Asimiola Umoja. The wheelbarrow and 6,000. That's the way to go. Put that way. Stop telling us, stop dividing this thing apart. And for your information, you're telling me that tutamwaga maji, tutamwaga pesa in the ground. I want us to be creative. Recently, as we speak, I don't know if I had a device, I could have shown you a video. Even this money that Ruto is giving out on this tour, it is not going to the people. It is not going to Mama Mboga. Watu wanalalamika. That is a reality. Am I cheating? If you are following this thing, follow this thing. People in Sotek wanalalamika. Ruto anapeana pesa, it goes to the same mabonyenye sinawekwa mfuko. Those mama mboga are complaining. So just imagine the time Ruto will be the president. And I want to ask you, you want to tell me that mama mboga never existed? Were we not using the mboga since Ruto and Uhuru became the deputy and the president? So mama mboga sasa ametokea hapa, so asla ni leo ndio tumejua asla because sasa tunataka kuwa asla. So you want to tell us hatukuwa na mambo mboga? Stop cheating Kenyans and stop quoting some confused quote like, I don't know, somebody who is fighting for leadership for a long time. My friend, there are some leaders. Recently, a leader from a country in South Africa there who fought for being a president so many years ago, but right away as we speak, he was elected recently. You know, my friend, I want you to open your eyes, think out of the box. Stop going around your own self. You know, demanding that Ruto is going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. I want to make you know this, that we are able to make Raila the president of Kenya in two ways. One, Azimio la Umoja. We will go underground. We will talk to leaders and all citizens. And that's one way. And that's a democratic way. Another way, I want you to remember that when Raila and Kibaki were fighting for the presidency, do you really know that Raila was elected in numbers, at a high number? Raila had a lot of votes than Kibaki, but who was sworn in? Was it not Kibaki? Yes, that's something that is going. That goes something can happen in Kenya. Your Ruto can be given votes, but now someone who is going to be sworn in is Raila. I'm telling you this for free. Take it to the bank. Now, Lisa, my friend. I'm done.
Mr. Mtembe.
Yes. Okay, proceed. You have a question?
Yeah. Mr. Musa here is telling us rumors. Those are not facts. Those are rumors that is parading himself here with. What we know is comparing Mr. Ruto's agenda with wheelbarrows. Apart from Mr. Ruto, Honorable William Ruto, donating the mkokoteni and wheelbarrows to a certain youth group that are garbage collectors, of which they came to him and they were comfortable. If you provide us with wheelbarrows and mkokotenis and spades, it will help us boost our hustle in garbage collection. Apart from that, there's nowhere else we have seen Dr. William Ruto giving out wheelbarrows. That wheelbarrow is a logo for our party. Just like the KANU have the Jogo and the others wako na vitu zingine. Sisi tuko na wheelbarrow pale. Apart from that, there's nowhere umesikia William Ruto akisema nikiwa rais ndapea kila mtu wheelbarrow moja moja. So what Musa is saying is totally rumors. There's nothing like that. And we with the bottom up economy, we believe it. Ruto kweli, Musa amesema Ruto anapeana pesa. Yes, in some cases kuna watu ambapo aliachia viongozi wakaenda na that's how Kenya is. Wakakwepa nayo, but in some areas people have benefited from it. The youth groups wamefaidika, wamama wamefaidika, Ruto amewapatia, amewajenga, watu wameinuka. And that's what we want. Hiyo ndio kitu anafanyia majaribio, so that when it comes to government anaiweka sasa inafanya kazi sasa, so that
what are you telling us? He comes to government and where is he right now? And he's the deputy president. Do you know what is government?
You understand the state he is in. Wasai, there's like something like
now,
a pending.
Now wait, because that question will answer what you were enraged earlier on. If you tell us that by being president is coming to government, so what is wrong with Raila being president and president going to Nyanza? Because according to you, being to government is being president. So in your earlier argument, you have a problem with Junaid saying that the presidency is going to Nyanza. So according to, if government is going to Nyanza means the president is going to Nyanza. So if president goes to Ruto, then the government is going to Rift Valley. So what is wrong with that? What is wrong with Junaid Mohammed's argument? Because
you have had
the Ruto, even as high as deputy president, he's still aspiring to only help Kenya when he's president and not as deputy president?
You know, you have heard the deputy president speak in many occasions. He says he respects the president and he respects what he says and he does and follows what the president says.
And
For now,
do
he
you
does.
believe that? Do you believe that? Today you say I respect president, tomorrow you say Matabeli. So what respect? What is respect? What is respect?
Have you seen anywhere Mr. Ruto throwing words back to the president or challenging the president?
Matabeli nani alisema? Can I play for you the clip? I have them.
He's referring to Raila and their group.
No. He said this. Let me put it, the whole clip. He said that I supported Raila.
Yes.
Wakasema mimi ni mtu mzuri. I supported my friend Uhuru Kenyatta. Wakasema mimi ni mzuri. Right now wanasema mimi ni mbaya. Wakwende huko Matapeli. It's a plural and you have mentioned two people. We can play the clip if you don't believe in it. So don't have selective amnesia where you select what you think is right and you leave out what is wrong. Just take the whole issue.
Yes, let me take it. But in that case, Dr. William Ruto states is right and anasema Kenya ni yetu wote. That's why he's moving around the country. Na ukiangalia watu wake ako na Waluya, ako na nini. He is carrying the whole Kenya. And they are not boasting that Kenya, ikichukua serikali, it will go to Rift Valley. No. It is for us all and it's for the benefit of Kenyans. And that's why we prefer Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Leave alone Raila. Raila tumjui. This man is a nobody. This is just a failure. Wachanani na yeye bwana. I don't know why, Mr. Mtembe, you keep fighting for Raila.
I think that's not the point. We are in fact, the debate, and I must bring you back to the debate. You say that Uhuru, atujui Uhuru na Ruto walikosana nini. So if you don't know why couples are fighting and you hear in their mamas, there are things they are murmuring, then you suspect those mamas constitute part of their grievances. So when you hear Uhuru hajatuambia walikosana na nini na Ruto, but in his mama, he is talking about hawezi achia mtu kiti sababu ya hii. So we suspect that constitutes the grievances. So we cannot keep on saying that we don't know kwa nini walikosana. What they are telling us is what walikosana nayo. Why should we leave it blank? Let's feel it. Why are they having that issue? Hajai sema kitu ingine he keeps on repeating siezi achia. So the question we must, instead of just leaving that, we need to double click and ask ourselves, ni nini Ruto alichukua ya Uhuru ndiye anaitanga yeye mwizi? I think we need to go straight to the point. Why is he keep on referring to him like this, like this? Ni nini alichukua? I think that is how we can enlarge the conversation.
But the deputy president has worked with the president now 9 years. We are going to the 10th one. Did he not realize that Ruto is a bad guy? He's a thief. They have worked. Ruto has really worked for Uhuru.
It doesn't matter. Even Belinda and Nani. Belinda and this guy called Microsoft. The name is disappearing. They divorced after 40 years of marriage. So you can disagree at any stage of life. So don't tell us it's 9 years. The people even divorce after 40 years of marriage.
But we are talking about politics. You know,
yeah, what I'm saying is disagreement can come at any stage. Are you getting the point? I'm just giving an analogy.
But where you know where the problem transpired is when the handshake came in. Mr. Ruto did not support that. That's when the problem came in. When the right honorable Raila Amolo Odinga came into State House, akaanza kunywa chai pale. Hapo ndio shida ilikuja. Na hapo unapata Raila vile aliingia State House akaanza kunywa chai, he maintained the table manners, the things he was speaking outside, akafika pale akanyamaza. He's now not talking about corruption. Amefunga mdomo, ako table anakula vizuri, amefunga mdomo. He's observing table manners. Yeah?
Now, let me tell you, when you come on a studio like this, it's good sometimes to have concrete information. You know, there are those sound bites we hear in rallies. There's those sound bites we hear in the rallies, yes. But on a debate, you table issues that are concrete. You can support them. So what I'm just hearing to you, my friend, you are just replaying the things we hear Kina Sudis and whatever say in the rallies. When you have come here, have your own argument and you can support it. So let me have Ellie Evans. How are you? Ellie Evans, how are you?
Tembei, I'm good. Mimi
Okay,
nilikuwa
there's someone
namuuliza
who's
this guy.
creating an echo. Wait first. There's someone who's creating an echo. Wait first. There's someone who's creating an echo. Okay, it's Caleb. Let me mute him. Okay, it's Caleb.
Yeah,
you can proceed, Ellie.
Mimi nilikuwa nauliza this guy to explainie hiyo issue ya bottom up, cause hii bottom up nasema I think this issue was in BBI yenye walikataa, cause BBI ilikuwa kwa support hiyo pesa irejee mashinani katika kaunti zao, na hizo kaunti ile that means pesa ni kwa wale watu. So hii bottom up yao wanasema sahihi ina mwananchi direct ama inapewa kina nani? Atuelezee hii bottom up yao ina work vipi, cause if it's bottom up it's the thing Raila amepromise watu wenye hawajiwezi, like giving them 6,000. This 6,000 watapewa, watatumia, analyze wale watu wako chini. It's okay. Mimi wanarudia nikiwaambia watu, this money haitafika kwa kila mtu, itafika kwa wale wasiojiweza, vijana na wazee. You see? So this money is going back kwa wananchi na iwainue ikiwaleta juu. But hii yao yenye wanaimba bottom up, bottom up, bottom up, but hakuna any explanation yenye wanatuambia hiyo itawakana. Hemu atuambie, I see left sijui, atuelezee kidogo huyu jamaa. Sisi hatujui, mimi sijaelewa. I don't know if kuna mtu ameelewa venye hii bottom up yao wana explain itafanya kazi. Na anasema kwamba Raila alikuwa ameenda State House, sijui amekunywa chai. Haya, alipokunywa chai akanyamazia.
Yeah,
So
that's why I was telling you it's not
wanafurahi
good to sound like rally. It's good to. Okay, I think there's an echo. Let me.
If it's that, so they were happy. Unaona, walikuwa wanafurahia wakati Raila akiwa opposition. Unaona, ndio hata hakiongea wao wana support wakisema ni muongo. Unaona, sasa alikuja paka kwa serikali akaziba loophole zote zenye hizi pesa zilikuwa zinatumika vibaya zenye watu walikuwa wanaiba, cause instead ya kukaa nje ya serikali na ukisema kitu unaonekana kama wewe una fight government, ukiwa pale ndani ana point direct na Uhuru alikuwa anafunga, anajua hapa ndio pesa imeibiwa. DCI wanatumwa, wanajua hapa ndio pesa imeibiwa. So I think those are the things zenye Ruto hakufurahia kabisa, Raila could join the government in a form of handshake. So yes, situambia ati Raila kanyamazia corruption nini, ni ile corruption sasa ilikuwa inafaiwa ikiwa government. Please mrudishe, mwambie aje tu explainie venye hii bottom up yao itafanya kazi. Mimi nimemsikiza akianza kuongea paka sasa nimeona angalau nimpatie swali.
I hope he's listening because I can't return him. He's not on the backstage, but I hope he's listening. He will come back. Let's have. You are done?
It's okay. Thank you.
You are done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, let's have Mokaya.
Okay, good evening, guys.
Good evening.
I think we are in a family. We have a father and a mother, and in the process, the father knows all his siblings, all his sons and daughters. And when Uhuru Kenyatta making such remarks, it means ameona watoto wake vile wako, because he cannot wake up from nowhere aje atuambie hawezi wachia fulani ama fulani ameiba. He knows, because we all know from the first term Uhuru, is like Ruto was the only person who was running the government, and I think the president, as evidence, only that he cannot come out clearly and atuambie what happened, but from the accumulation of wealth from the president, from the deputy president, we are even able to tell the Kenyans that whoever wearing is the deputy president. Only that he has not come out to tell us. Now, naibu wa rais, you know, you cannot be in a government within 10 years or 9 years, you become super rich. There must be so many questions. Na mtu atuambie, kuna mtu ameishi kwa as a civil servant for the last 40 years, he has not accumulated such wealth like the deputy president. Even if he's in business, KRA should tell us what kind of business the deputy president is operating and where the money is using to corrupt
I think I'm talking while I'm on mute. Sorry for that, guys. I hate mute myself. So I'm saying that you're welcome, Penny, and yeah, there's somebody was dropped off.
Thank you.
We are discussing Timothy. He has come back. So we are discussing the remarks of Uhuru Kenyatta that has angered his political opponents. They were once friends, but right now are political opponents. So he didn't mention anybody, just said that he doesn't want to leave leadership to somebody who will spoil his legacy. But there's a team now up in arms to fight those remarks. And so they are suspecting that the president was talking about them. So tell us, why do you think the president, why do you think they think president was talking about them? And should the president go ahead and just tell us that this person did this and this instead of speaking in parables? That's what they are pushing him to say. On the other hand, okay, we are also looking at it. Watu wanasema watu wawili walikuwa pamoja na hatujui walikosana nini. But when couples wakikosana, for those who are married, You can't keep on saying that these couples will concern nini, because in their grievances, you will know. Grievances are the point, isn't it? If the president keep on talking, siwezi achia huyu mtu sababu hii, we suspect that is the issue that made them to part, unless they want us to believe otherwise. But for us, we pick their grievances from the conversations they are having. We also know Deputy has had a problem with the friend of Uhuru, so we may suspect that that is what made him to leave. So we cannot just leave it blank na tuseme ati hatujui walikosana nini. In my native language, there is a proverb that a black man was able to follow a gazelle that passed on a rock. If you can be able to trace a gazelle that it passed here, is it possible that we cannot understand why Uhuru and Ruto are having grievances? Come on. Ama we have just decided not to understand. These people talk daily. So we can trace their anger and frustrations from what they are trying to say. Yeah, so you are welcome. Let's have a conversation on the same. We have had a few people who have dropped off. Let's proceed with Penny. The other guy will come and finish his remarks when his network is okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, today's topic is about Uhuru remarks angers Ruto supporters. And in his remarks, it is so evident that the guilty are afraid, because during his conversation, the president did not mention names, but he just talked and said that he's not going to allow thieves, crooks, and cons to undo his 10 years legacy and Kibaki's legacy. So I don't know why the Tanga team took it upon themselves. If they knew they're as innocent as they claim to be, then it means that they are guilty. Because when someone accuses you of something, when someone talks without mentioning names, it sounds very funny when you start taking up the blames and coming out and being on the defensive. It's just as good as accusing a man of impregnating a woman in Nairobi, which he has never done, but somewhere in himself he knows that he has ever impregnated a woman in Kisii. So you see, at the end of the day, this man is so guilty. So when you mention about impregnating someone, because they have done it in Kisii and they've not done it in Nairobi, they'll still be suffering from the guilt, and they'll be very harsh and defensive. And I think that is what is happening to our brothers in the Tanga side, because the president did not mention their names, he did not name names, but they've come out today and really defended, and they were very angered. So when you come to the thieves, why did the president say that he's not going to hand over leadership to thieves? When you look at the side of Tanga, without much speculation, Anne Waiguru, we can confidently say that she now belongs to Team Tanga because she announced it just a few days. You can evidently see that she's gonna be she's still battling the NYS scandals and among other things, among other things that she committed. So she has a case to answer in relation to disappearance of colossal sums of money. So you can see that that is not coming out very well for the Tanga team, because when you have someone who is being accused of having stolen big amounts of money and even have to defend themselves in a court of law, then it is just a clear indication that you are actually a den of thieves on one side. About thieves again, when you look at the DP and his ownership of some of his assets like Western Hotel, and even the irregular manner in which he acquired the Edian Muteshi's land, you find that he was arraigned in court, and he also accepts to the fact that Western Hotel actually rests on a public land, and it doesn't augur so well for him because he's someone who has an appetite for things that do not belong to him. When you look at Aurora and Kimwarer, at some point the DP admitted that it's only 7 billion shillings that was lost, as opposed to the 70 billion that was being alleged. So the fact that he accepted that there is some money that got lost, but he was only trying to downplay by saying that it's 7 billion. 7 billion is still money. So you can actually see that when the president speaks, they are quite guilty and defensive because these are things that are quite evident they happened. Then look at the DP, his acquisition of wealth between 2012 to date. He has amassed great amounts of wealth that cannot be attributed to hard work. We have Kenyans who are very hardworking, but I don't think it makes sense for such a person to amass such great amount of wealth in a span of just 9 years that he has been the DP. You know, there is no proper explanation as to how he has acquired that amount of wealth in the time that he has been a DP. Then when you come to peace, the president was saying that he's not going to hand over leadership to someone who will not bring peace to this nation. So we can analyze the Tanga Tanga team, and we can also analyze the Baba's team. When you look at Baba's team, they are very peaceful. You look at the Oka team are also quite peaceful. They might not be strong at the moment, but you'll concur with me that they are very peaceful people. But when you cross over to Tanga Tanga, there are a few incidences that we can attribute to them being very unpeaceful and being roguish. Take, for instance, a few utterances by the Kericho Senator, Aaron Cheriot. You see, the kind of utterances that he was making were quite inflammatory and are bound to land people into chaos. Take, for instance, even the Nandi Senator, the kind of utterances that he gave. He was threatening that they're actually going to profile people na watawashughulikia. You know, those kinds of utterances are not peaceful utterances. Even for Sudi, during the late Tirop's funeral, you can see the manner in which he handled the Raila's ally in the name of Tauras. You know, he was not very peaceful at all in his utterances. So there's also the issue of Didimas Barasa. At one point, he contracted people to renovate classrooms, and then he went ahead and proceeded with the launching of the project without paying the contractor. So when the contractor came in demanding for the payment, you can see the manner in which Didimas, assaulted him and beat him thoroughly without paying him. So when President Uhuru says that he's not going to hand over power to thieves, crooks, and cons, I think that was quite connish of Didimas to trick his contractor into doing the work, and for him only to launch the classrooms before payment, and even turning violent. And he proceeded and slapped the gentleman when the gentleman asked for his payment. He was not negotiating, but rather these are people who are bearing the slogan hustler, while they are the ones who are actually violating the hustlers' rights by assaulting and beating them. People like Chesa have been implicated in beating and harassing people.
So
So
let me ask you a straight question, Penny.
Yeah.
Do you think President is looking generally at the leadership fray, or is he talking to specific people who are running maybe for presidents? Is he talking maybe there's a particular group that he doesn't like, or is he very specific talking about presidential candidates when he says I will not hand power to, yeah.
Okay, you see, presidential candidates they have teams of people that they are working with. So you cannot separate the presidential candidates from the team. The presidential candidates together with their team is what form up is what would qualify someone to ascend into position of leadership. So when you're talking about Tanga, you cannot only talk about Ruto minus his brigade. You also have to talk about his brigade. So
But
it's a
then
whole package.
your argument now falls in a trap of where actually someone was talking here that wakati nilikuwa na support Uhuru Kenyatta hawakuniona mimi kama ni mwizi, wakati nilisapoti Raila Odinga hawakuniona kama ni mwizi. Kwa hivyo
Let her
saa
fall in
hizi
the trap. Wacha ingia kwa mtego.
so your argument is actually falling in that trap. Can you redeem yourself?
Wacha ingia kwa mtego kabisa. Tunamngoja, tushamuona. Unamtetea kwa nini?
I'm not entering into any traps because
we can support her.
I'm actually able I'm giving factual information of incidences that have been recorded, and you can even retrieve this from various clips in the YouTube. So whatever I'm saying is quite factual. There is nothing that is out of the public domain. Yeah. It is in the public domain that Didymus Barasa slapped someone, a contractor, whom he refused to pay, and he went ahead and launched the project without paying. So I don't think that is something that is so
can we rebound?
Are you done so that you can be asked questions? Penny, are you done? You are on mute, Penny.
Yeah, sorry.
Kuna mtu ameingia. There's an echo
Mokaya.
somewhere. Mokaya, kindly mute.
There's an echo. And Jax. There's an echo, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so I was giving some factual evidence of the existence of thieves and cons and crooks in the Tanga team. Yeah.
Okay, so now any question?
A million. Can we ask the questions? This is just asking.
Okay, Jake's first. Next will be. Who also wants to ask questions so that we listen? Okay, Jake, we will get others on the way. So, Jake, start.
Now, lady inspector, lady detective, lady with enough proof and evidence. Now, I tend to believe evidences are presented to police, and then this evidence is what convicts criminals. Now, if your evidence is on YouTube, I won't argue with you, but if you have other evidences, probably then we can talk.
Mr. Wekesa,
many of us Kenyans have no idea.
There's something wrong. Let me mute somebody before we proceed. Kindly, we are not hearing you.
Even when I mute, there is still an echo.
Yeah, I have muted Musa. I think it was Musa. So let me mute myself.
Okay, now my question to you, Penny, is this. Without the semantics, the hula baloo, and all the shenanigans that happen around, all you are saying is what you always hear in the media. Give us proof, now that you say you have evidence, of the thieves, so that we can be able to say, so and so is a thief, based on the evidences presented by Penny. Because you, Penny, today want to sound as a prosecutor and giving a verdict of the thieves we have around. The thieves that are known, most of them are convicted and in committee. Now tell us, with the evidence backed by your statements, mention the thieves.
Okay, Jex, it's very well known that the issue of the Governor
I hope you
Uhuru.
heard my question. It's not about being known. You said it well. You have evidence. And the
Okay,
evidence as you cited
what I said
can
is
be
that
proved.
whenever I
The word
acquire
evidence means,
here,
maybe for your information, the word evidence means something that can be verified, something that can be cited, something that can be looked upon as proof of fact. Something that can be verified.
I'll give you two instances, Jex. It is a very well known fact that when the controversy surrounding Western Hotel ownership is something that is still in the High Court, and the DP accepted to the fact. He actually admitted that the land where the hotel sits is a public land. Okay, so I don't think that is something that we need so much. That's something
So,
that is so much in the
so
public domain.
according
It is
according
something
to
that
you tonight,
it's an
according to
ongoing
you
case.
tonight, with your intelligence and with your evidence, you want to tell us if Ruto admitted and if the case is still in court,
Yeah.
you cite your evidence on his word,
Okay, the fact that he
and
admits
that
that
will be traced.
the
Now
fact
that you
that
say
he
you can,
admits that his hotel, Jex, the fact that he
can we
admits
trace that clip?
that his
Can that
hotel
clip be traced?
sits in a public land is an indication that he does not have a control over his appetite for property. He is fond of just acquiring things irregularly. Okay, something
In
like
the rule of law,
Eden Muteshi's land, he was
can
convicted
you
in a
cite
court
a
of
law?
law.
Can you
It
cite a law
it
that
was
criminalizes an appetite for property?
it was an established fact that Eden Muteshi's land was acquired regularly, and it was in the High Court, and it was established that he actually acquired it irregularly. So
Do you
I
know
don't
which
think
year
there's anything
Muteshi's
we need
land
to
was
look into.
acquired? Do you know which year Muteshi's land
That
was acquired?
there's no point of us being in this debate defending people who you so know very well are
We are not
responsible for where
defending,
we
as you
sit.
said, you have evidence. So your evidence should defend yourself.
I have two cases. I've just pointed to two cases which are quite clear, and they are pointers to the
So
fact that these are
according to
people who
you,
are fond of acquiring things irregularly.
so according to you, should we now
Those two
prosecute the
incidences
president
are
since he has
clear
been mentioned
pointers.
in the Pandora's paper?
Okay, like Aurora and Kimwarer, even the DP admitted that money had gotten lost, and he even quoted, he was trying to downplay by quoting that it's only 7
Nordin
billion.
Naji alisema pesa
But if you have your
iko
evidence
husu
correct,
Ruto.
Nudin Haji clearly
Alisema
stated that
yes,
Ruto was not involved.
involved.
It doesn't matter whether he was involved or not. It
So
is during his
So
according to you,
so
simply
Nordin
because
Naji,
during his regime as a deputy president, when you're
between
having
you and
colossal
Nordin
amounts
so
Naji,
of
you are
money.
what's the
you are
evidence?
a biased panelist
Kindly,
simply because you
kindly
have a vendetta
let's
against
have
him.
Jex finish, then the others you can ask. Let Jex finish his questions first.
Now let me give several facts. Now that she says it doesn't matter whether he was cleared or not, now it means as long as it is Ruto, it doesn't really matter. Then that is a very biased panelist. Now
Okay,
my point is
Jay,
this: our president,
can I interrupt you?
when he was being elected, he was having a case that he was handling in the ICC. When he was asked how he will deal with it, he said, ICC was a personal problem and he will deal with it personally. Now, the personal problems of Ruto, I tend to think he will deal with them personally. The other thing, our president was mentioned among people in high places who have accounts in overseas. That one you dare close an eye simply because, according to you, it does not feature in the list of your evidences. According to what I heard the president utter from his mouth, he said 2 billion is lost every single day. That one you cannot dare mention simply because that 2 billion is not attributed to Tanga people. According to your evidences, you cannot mention the KEMSA scandal that Kenyans lost a lot of money while we were suffering during a pandemic. According to you, that is not enough simply because it was not a Tanga person who was involved. We
NDP
know
was also
Juliet was
involved.
involved. We know
What makes
Morate
you
was
think that?
involved.
What makes
But
you think
according
that
to
the
you,
DP
as
was not?
long as they are on Baba's side, they are as clean as an angel. So for you to tell us this evening that Tanga is the one associated with criminals and all, I think you are lying to us. You are taking us for a ride, and we know exactly what is happening in our nation. We have video clips of people from ODM shooting Kenyans, laying them maim in bed, shooting them, destroying their livelihoods. That is in evidence. Why are you not mentioning that?
And about, okay, I talk about thieves.
Penny,
I talk about,
Penny.
okay, I summarized my characters into 3: thieves, crooks, and cons. And I gave a description of what would qualify
So
Tanga
we
thing
can
to
as
be
well
thieves.
add murderers in your list.
I also gave a description of crooks, and I gave the example of a crooks and cons, and I gave the description of what Didymus did to the contractor. Okay, so
Penny.
I don't know why you're defending things that
What
are.
happened to Wanjigi in Migori, Penny?
Penny.
Sorry?
What happened to Wanjigi in Migori?
What
Let me
even
let me
happened
check.
today to John Buddy? Today, what happened to John Buddy?
It was
You want to make
in
yourself look so
Migori.
holier than thou.
Okay,
What
in
happened to
Migori, it
John
was the
Buddy today?
UDA. It was the UDA supporters
Look at
who.
yourself.
It was the UDA supporters who stoned Wanjigi so that it can be said, so that they can accuse, they can have
Oh,
a,
You are
so that
lying
they
with
can
a straight
accuse the
face, my
argument.
dear.
hey, you
Lying with
can
a
be a
Order,
straight
liar,
order,
Penny.
face.
order.
Penny, you can be a good
Penny,
liar,
Penny,
but you're not good at it.
If we're
order,
done
guys.
with check, wait, because if everybody now speaks, we will get confused.
Okay, fine.
I
At
know,
least
I know you are planning
allow
with
me say
questions,
something.
but can you have one person first?
Allow me say something here.
Yeah.
Okay. All I wonder this guy who is against Penny, and Penny is giving his live evidences, and he's telling us about shooting. I don't know which media is that has those evidences that the ODM are shooting the people. Yet
I
Penny
think you,
told
you
us
live
about
in
this. That
Jerusalem if you have not seen Babu Owino shooting someone on live TV.
relax. Allow me speak,
So when you're told, you tell
my
us to
friend.
relax. But go ahead.
Musa is a
Your
foreigner.
turn will come.
That was
Your
his own
turn will come.
personal. Was he shooting on behalf of ODM,
You
or it
know
was
what?
his own disagreement with the DJ?
Now,
He had gone to
now. Wait, Penny. I told you you are taking yourself into trouble. Now you
Yes,
are the one who turned
alijiingiza
There is
mwenyewe.
no trouble there.
Wacha tumkoroge.
you started bringing kina
No,
wanaitwa
Eh,
this woman is
ulileta
so wise
kina
here.
Didmus. That is
no,
where the
alijiingiza
problem was. I told you you
ali,
have stick to
There
the
is no trouble.
candidates.
alijiingiza kwa
No,
mtego Mr. Wekesa. Tulikuwa tunangoja
I'm
hiyo.
saying in the balance of argument, if you can cite Didmus, then they are also free to cite Babowina. That's the balance of argument.
Of course.
Are you seeing?
But you see, for Didymus, it was something to do with the launching of a product, launching of a project, which is more of political. For Babu walks into a
For Babu
bar.
is allowed.
You see,
So for
Babu
Babu,
walks
it's
into a
allowed.
bar.
I wish it was your brother who was shot.
So Babu is allowed.
Babu walks into a bar and is taking beer, and he ends up disagreeing with someone. It cannot be
So
taken as something political.
So it is
He was
allowed.
not political at all. It was his own. He was
It is allowed
having his
because
own
he's an
petty
ODM supporter.
He was having
My
his own
friend, take
petty
this to
pleasure.
the bank. You even want to stop us telling the reality, because Ruto alone is accepting that this and this are fact. Example is that
Now,
the loss of those billions
okay,
in the Cameroon
Musa,
dam. Ruto
I
sometimes came
think
out and accept his loan.
Musa,
Pause.
Musa, Musa,
Pause.
wait first.
Pause.
I think
Yes.
we are done with Penny. Those are enough questions for him. Now, can another person present? The other questions will come in the process. So let's have David.
Yes, hello?
Go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Proceed.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, members, for allowing me to join you today. I've been trying to get into the meeting for quite some time, but it has not been an easy task. But finally, I've managed to come in today. My argument is going to be a bit short. In fact, I just want I want to comment about this issue of Junet, if you allow me. It seems like most of us Kenyans, and especially young men, have been arguing with the lack of knowledge that all of us have been in this country. All of us were actually born in this country and raised in this country. We've already known what has been happening since independence. We might have not been actually born by then, but of course there is a history. Everybody has gone to school, and of course there are books and everything. Now, my point here is very simple. When Junet uttered a comment of leadership going to Nyanza, I just wanted to make a slight clarification about that. We must understand that all politics in our nation is local and tribal. That is a fact, whether you like it or not. Take it to the nearest bank. Currently, our president is coming from Central Province. And that is even the reason as to why you can see everybody coming from Central Province have been fighting that, oh, this is our president, is not assisting us, is taking all the resources to some other regions while we are suffering. That is the truth of the matter. Much as we have presidential candidates from different parts of the country, that each and every candidate must at some point be coming from a particular tribe. And that is even the reason as to why you can even see most of our leaders right now retreating back to their tribal bases. Look at what Mudavadi and Wetangula, Akina Kalonzo, everybody else is trying to do. Everybody's retreating back to their tribal bases. That is when you can try to come back again into the national limelight. By Junet commenting that the leadership will be going to, that is the truth of the matter. As at the end of the day, even if Raila becomes a president today, yes, he is a Luo. Being a Luo does not mean that he's not leading the whole country. He is leading the whole country, yes. But at the end of the day, fact will remain that he comes from a particular tribe, and that tribe has a name, whether Luo, Luya, Kalenjin, Kamba. That is a fact. By the time he said that, I don't know why most people are actually coming up misinterpreting this as if now it is only the Nyanza people who actually will be benefiting. I'm really yearning to see a country whereby we elect a leader, and that leader, even if he's a president, he works for all of us, regardless of the region he's coming from. You might even be surprised that one of these fine days, even somebody like Raila can even become a president. But the people who probably might end up benefiting from his leadership are not even the Nyanza people. If we get to that kind of a point, what do you think people will be saying? The story will definitely change. But from the Raila I know, and the Raila who everybody probably used to see, even by the time he was the prime minister, even when you looked at the formation of his cabinet when he was the prime minister, that would tell you that this is not someone who will definitely align himself to tribal people around him. You might be surprised. But of course, I am again supporting, I wouldn't want to support someone who definitely walks into the office and start looking at that office as his bedroom. Yes, I am from this tribe. The people around me must come from a particular tribe. No, that is not, those are not the kind of leaders we want. Kindly. When we are judging leaders, let us try to look at the leaders currently and look at the history, what they have done before, and what kind of a picture they have portrayed. Ruto is a leader, yes. He is our current deputy president. Let me talk slightly, just briefly about that. He is the current deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. But he keeps on contradicting himself. When he goes out here in public rallies, he keeps saying he is out of government. Just the other day, when he was actually when we were celebrating our Madaraka Day on the 20th, he stood in front of the national television and confirmed to us that he has been the deputy president for the last 9 years. Practically, when he was tasked with a few positions of ministries, you saw what happened. 100% of the people he actually appointed were from his community. I'm not saying that appointing the people from his community is bad, but actually he would have come in and gave us a national face. Yes, that is what we're actually talking about. Today, everybody, we have several candidates who have actually shown interest. Much as we might be talking about Raila today, Raila has not declared his candidature. But of course, he said that in the next few months, probably a month or so, is going to declare that. Most of the people that we are currently having today who are showing interest in the national leadership or the presidency, we need to sit down and judge them from their past records. Kalonzo has been deputy president or vice president according to the old constitution for, I think he has been the longest serving second in command as compared to the rest we have in this game. But of course, when you look at the kind of probably wealth Kalonzo made during that period of time when he was working under Moi and all that period of time, you cannot compare it with what probably Ruto has made within only 5 years, or let's say 9 years right now. Kalonzo has been the vice president for almost 20 years. You get the point? So when we talk of corruption, there is an element, you see, of some level of corruption, touching these people. But you see, when you keep on, we wake up in the morning and we keep on defending leaders and defending these leaders every morning, every now and then, without having factual reasons as to why we are defending them. We are above some level of somebody coming to tell you that, yes, you have been in these problems for the last 9 years. Now, being that I've been part of the government for the last 9 years, have been seeing this problem, but I did not want to come in and get to the solution of the problem. But I just want to wait until now you elect me as the president by next year so that your problems can be solved. He would have shown an effort of even solving this problem, even if it's just by a quarter, so that we can trust him that, okay, fine, if this guy was tasked by just given the leadership of a deputy president and he has solved our problems just by a small percentage, what if then we trust him with the full leadership of the nation? What can he do? Right now, he's telling us that he's going to create 4 million jobs within a certain period of time. Honestly speaking, he has been the deputy president for the last 9 years. What was the promise? We must think outside the box. We were told the other time when they were campaigning in their manifesto that they were going to build stadiums. Within 6 months, a stadium is going to be built in such a place. Right now, FIFA has even banned the normal standard stadiums which we know we have in Kenya, like Kasarani and Nyayo, that they cannot hold an international match or tournament. You get the point? And this is the same government which used to tell us that they were going to build international stadiums. And it's the same guy is still coming back today to tell us that if elected by next year, now he's going to build those stadiums. Are we really even being sincere to ourselves as Kenyans, leave alone now the leaders that we are actually electing? As Kenyans, are we being sincere? Why do we always like to be lied to like small kids? And you know very well that this person is lying to you, but you still believe him. You get the point? Me, I know very well that anybody, if any leader who is elected as a president will not bring food on my table. But we want leaders who will create a working an environment that can enable every single Kenyan to work hard or give an opportunity so that you can be able to make money. But if we gave them that opportunity for the last, this is now the last 9 years, nothing has happened. What makes you think that now he is going to make you?
David.
Thank you.
David.
Yes.
But the Hustler Nation argued that when Mwai Kibaki was a deputy president or a vice president of Moi, there is nothing they can attribute to what he did. But when he was given chance to be president, he delivered. What do you think?
Let me tell you one thing. This is just an example that I just want to bring forth. I happened to interact like about last week with one or two few old people, old men from central province, or so to speak, Mount Kenya. And you know what this old man, how this old man challenged me? He looked at me and he told me, young man, I can see you are still very young. But there is one thing that I want to tell you today. Uhuru is our son. He had his time. He managed to do what he could do. When Jomo Kenyatta came out of the prison, he was given the leadership of this nation. He took our economy from zero to somewhere else. After Jomo Kenyatta, in fact, he came into power at the age of 70s towards 80s. That is the story this guy was actually, this old mzee was giving me. And this is the same thing that I also want to relay to you, so that in this debate, when we are actually debating, we debate soberly. Now, this guy came in and told me that when Jomo Kenyatta passed, President Moi, who was the vice president, took over the mantle. And he took over the mantle at the age of 50. He was in power for the last 24 years. When he was leaving, the economy was down. I want you to make your judgment based on the age. Now, when Moi left, Kibaki came in. Everybody was saying, oh, Kibaki is old and what have you. Kibaki came in at the age of 70 something. He led us for 10 years. He took back the economy from where Moi ruined it and took it back up. And everybody was actually celebrating by that moment. After Kibaki, Uhuru and Ruto came in at the age of what? At the age of 40s, 50s. Where Moi got it, took us back again to square zero. This old man told me, we are now looking for a mature person, not a young person, not a kijana. In our conversation, we might group the age of 50 and I was there. But to be very honest, 50 is not an old person. At 50, 40s, you are still a young person. This guy told us the only person who we have believe in and trust in that can take this economy back up from where it has been ruined is the only old man, Raila Amolo Odinga. Why? Because this guy has an experience, he has worked in government, and age also helps when it comes to some formation in government. But he said, if you will, people will give this government to the young people, to the young person again, my friend, you will find yourself in a different place where you will not, you will be praying so much to come out of in the next 40 years. It will be difficult. At this point in time, the only person that will take back this economy to where we want it to be, it's not a young person. It must be an old person. That is how the old man left me. So he told me, I know you guys, the young guys have the majority. I mean, when it comes to voting, but vote wisely. I am old and I know you are not coming from my place, but I have already decided to share this with you.
Maybe I've realized you have a lot of information. Let me cut you short because people need to ask you questions. Then we go to the next person. You will contribute in the next round. We will go around. Huh? Yeah, but according to your own, the old man told you yes, but according to your assessment, is that a universal principle that mature people perform better than young? Okay, let me ask you this way.
In fact, Wekesa, that's a wrong question. The correct question, Wekesa, just one moment. The correct question is this. Since he was an old man, why was he not presenting himself, given that age is what he was attributing to be the number one qualification of the president that should come next? Why was that old man you're talking to not presenting and offering himself to Kenyans because he was old, and so that we may elect him? Because even my grandfather is old, and I don't think that is a qualification of him being a president.
Obama was not old too.
Okay, that is a very interesting question. I will definitely answer you. You know,
yeah, in a brief.
Yes, this
I also have a question.
Can you ask all the questions so that he answers them once? Ask yours, Vicky.
Yes, I have a question to David.
Yes, please.
He has claimed that in a short span of time, Ruto has managed to be a very rich person. Does he have any figures to show that how much he has acquired within the shortest time versus before he was in the government, and he was comparing with other vice presidents? Can he tell us how much they are worth as compared to Ruto while he is the vice president? Does
and
he
as well to that last question, do you know the salary of the last vice president before Ruto became the DP? Do you know the salary?
Okay, let me respond just by saying, to me, when I was starting this conversation, I was a bit open, and I said, I am not here to defend Ruto, Uhuru, or Raila, or any other candidate. But as I started, I was very clear, and I said, I would be very happy one day when we will find a leader who will be elected on the platform of leadership and serve all Kenyans equally. That is one. Two, you know, we should not start.
You're being dodgy.
No. Listen, just listen. You are seeing me for the first time. I wish you would have given me time so that we converse. Probably after some time, then you can come back and make your judgments. The way I am actually seeing this thing might be completely different from the way probably you are viewing it. But for on my point, even if you're talking about the wealth, it is just the other day when Matiang'i was being interrogated by the Parliament Select Committee, when he tabled just part of what Ruto owns. It was in public domain. It was on national television. You get the point? But let that not be the subject matter.
David, as per you, what Matiang'i presented, did he back it with like title D numbers so that Kenyans can go search? Because Ruto denied most of the land and all.
Bro,
yes, he did.
So yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, so let's go back to the internet because most of these things now have been made easy. So mention the lands and I'll do the search for you. I'll post it here, kindly.
You can do that later. That is not for this
No,
forum.
you just provide the information research.
Penny are being funny.
That is not for this debate.
What information
So when you are cornered, you now say it is not for this forum.
Penny, give the information that you know so that you start
Interesting panelist. When cornered, they say it's not for this part.
No, Jax.
How does somebody leave the university, join politics, okay, and become rich? We cannot even study William Ruto on how to become rich.
How much is he worth? Can you tell us, Mr. Bernard?
What?
That is not our problem.
We can't even know because most of
we want to compare. We want to compare.
His friends,
Bernard,
they don't even bank.
Bernard, for a matter of argument's sake,
banking asks
Bernard,
a lot of questions.
For argument's sake, Bernard, how much is the worth of Baba now that he's so clean? I think his wealth should be on public domain.
Baba has been
come on, you cannot be here only bashing simply because you want to play politics.
Over 50 years. Okay.
Just tell us now that Baba is so clean, how much is he worth?
From the university, you get into politics, then you become exponentially rich, beating everybody that went ahead of you.
Tell us how much he is worth, Mr. Bernard.
According to you, being rich is criminal.
Is in their characteristic. The only way Ruto can perform better as a president, the way Kibaki performed better as a president after being vice president, if they share character. So if you tell me the similarity between the characteristic of Kibaki as vice president and Ruto as DP, then I can agree with you that he will perform better.
You can as well tell us.
If he has,
you can as well tell us.
Ruto was elected, Kibaki was appointed.
You seem to have your facts correct. You seem to have your facts correct, Mr. Bernard. So you can also tell us as well. You can also tell us as well, simply because you have compared DP and Kibaki when they were vice presidents. I know the Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, to be the second Prime Minister. So tell us, if we compare the first Prime Minister who was Kenyatta, tell us, how did he also acquire his wealth, given that you want us to compare notes?
So is it about acquiring wealth or providing leadership?
So you
Bernard,
see
why you dodging questions?
You're flip-flopping with your answer.
Bernard, you're dodging questions.
About it.
No, I'm not dodging questions.
When you're cornered, you just do it.
You people want to push a narrative that cannot hold water. Your narrative is that because Kibaki was vice president, he can made a good president. William Ruto can make a good president by having been deputy president.
I asked a very simple question, Mr. Bernard. Can you tell us how much is worth so that we compare?
That your narrative does not hold water because when Ruto was Minister for Agriculture, there is how he performed. When he was Minister for Education, there is higher education, there is how he performed. Let's judge.
Same to Baba. When Baba was a prime minister, there is how he performed. When he was an MP for Kibra, there is how he performed. Kibera being one of the biggest slums in Africa, there is how Baba performed as an MP. Him being a prime minister, there is how he performed, where we had kazi kwa vijana and pesa kwa wazee, where his office was linked from stealing from the youth.
Okay, let's have some order, guys. Let's have some order. I know we have contributed on that. Actually, let me tell you some of the rules of the debate. The issue is we don't come here to look for answers. Some of these issues we debate and leave them open. I know we may not find answers to what we are looking for. So let's do this. I want to bring in the guys who have been quiet, and then we will go back to, yeah, let's have Mike, and then we go to Themba, and then we can proceed with the cross-examination. So thank you.
Thank you, Ekesa. Maybe you can just in a second guide me on the topic. I've just come in so that I can delve in it, so that I'm not off guard.
Ndio hiyo.
Thank you. I want to put this in a very, very, very simple perspective. Jubilee government has boasted of and that includes our President Uhuru. I'm not an apology for him. I'm not going to.
President William Ruto have told off President Uhuru Kenyatta for remarks he made against electing thieves to take over from him. The MPs who accompanied Ruto to Kajiado and Makueni counties dared the president to name those he thinks are thieves and should not be on the ballot. Stephen Leto reports.
Kajiado East constituency played host to Deputy President William Ruto and his brigade, with a Thanksgiving ceremony in Maruroi providing a stage for Ruto's allies to hit back at President Uhuru Kenyatta over his remarks that thieves should not succeed him.
We voted for you, we campaigned for you. The Deputy President led our team. So President, today you are telling us the 8 million Jubilee supporters in your own reading are full of conmen and crooks and thieves. That is an insult to the Jubilee family.
Na kama rais ako na habari kuna mtu mwizi anataka kusimama, afanye mpango, ashikwe, apelekwe kotini, afungwe, hata kuwa kwa kinyang'anyiro.
The lawmakers directing their attack at the president in the presence of his deputy. They brought back memories of the International Criminal Court process where President Kenyatta and his deputy in 2013 faced crimes related to the 2007-2008 post-election violence and accused President Kenyatta of betrayal.
Because we are the ones who have the votes, we elected you. You are facing crimes against humanity. You are facing crimes of mass displacement of people. But we voted for you.
DP Ruto allied lawmakers told the president in Kajiado to be specific on who he wants not to be elected over corruption-related cases.
Rais wetu yuko na mwaka mmoja na lazima aweze kutuambia ule anaiba ni nani na wale wanatakana wakose kusimama ni wakana nani kuliko kuongea in parables.
You have the EACC, you have the DCI. Use those and tell the country. Don't be general, be specific. You know, be specific. You're a leader. A leader must talk with specificity.
But Deputy President William Ruto avoided direct engagement with his boss President Uhuru Kenyatta, instead taking his opponents by their horns and asking
has backed President Uhuru Kenyatta's call to Kenyans not to elect thieves or crooks to succeed him at State House next year. Moi, who was addressing mourners in Kiserian, Kajiado County, during the burial of Mzee William Koike Mopel, said presidential hopefuls with questionable integrity cannot be entrusted with management of the country. Moi promised to offer free secondary education and slash taxes by 50% if the One Kenya Alliance team clinches the presidency next year.
Chunge maslaha zenu. Uchague viongozi ambao unajua watachunga maslaha zenu. Tafadhali. Usichague waizi tafadhali. Na kwa uchumi, we are going to have a 24-hour uchumi run by 3 shifts. Utafautishe kura na kukula. Nini? kura na kukula.
Okay, that is just a refresher of what we are dealing with, and the remarks of Uhuru Kenyatta were in Kikuyu. I think Jakes can interpret for us. It's just
I
30
got that.
seconds.
I got that. I can now go ahead.
President William Ruto
Yeah,
have
you can
told
go
off
ahead.
President Uhuru Kenyatta for remarks he made against electing thieves to take over from him. The MPs who accompanied Ruto to Kajiado and Makueni counties dared the president to name those he thinks are thieves.
Sorry for that. I was trying to remove it from the. Okay, you can proceed.
It's okay. I think I've gotten the gist of it. I want to give you some background, and I want to be very honest by saying that I think there is some element of blackmail that you see in the eyes or the heart of our president, for the very simple reason that there are things that have happened in the Jubilee government that touch on both sides of the, Jubilee is half mkate of Ruto and Uhuru, which is now Tangatanga and Keleweke. They both did, the two factions or two sides both did very terrible things between 2013 and 2017. And some of them were done by one part fixing the other, so that if they are caught, one cannot get away without also looking bad. Let me go to the details. Jubilee government under between 2013 and 2017, and without apology, DP Ruto says he was the one running, and they have said that very openly, that they were the one running the government, and that's why it did very well. Now, when you look at that period, you will see very many projects. Very many projects were undertaken during that period. Very, very many. It is that period that they boast of the SGR having been set up. It is that period that they boast of the 10,000 kilometers of roads. And it is also during that period that they boast of the 1 mile. I don't know how they call it. The Kenya Power connectivity, 1 mile connectivity.
Last mile.
Last mile. Now, when I've just picked three because those are the easy ones and they are very clear. If you pick those three projects and you look at how they were carried out, one, it is on record that and Wanjigi, Jim Wanjigi told us that the project, the initial project of the SGR was less than 150 billion. Jubilee took it over under the Uhuru, the Ruto side, which claims that it is what they are the ones who did it, and inflated it by 100 billion. If you look at the roads that we are building in Kenya and we boast of, a kilometer of road in Rwanda, compare the cost of constructing a kilometer of road in Rwanda and in Kenya, and we are in the same terrain. Rwanda spends almost a third of what we spend on. And there is no explanation. And these discussions have been made. I've had interviews of Minister of Transport being asked, and he'll give you very many stories, and you'll never get the real answer. Now, if you come to Kenya Power, and all these ministries I'm mentioning were on the side of Ruto. Energy was on the side of Ruto under Charles Keter. And of course, the top man was Minister of Finance, who was signing the checks and entering into agreements. If you look at Kenya Power, it shocks everybody in the world that a monopoly supplying electricity in a country can be in the red to the tune of 50 billion and above. And yet, the economy of scale shows that the more you increase your customer, the more money you make. If they boast of having created 70% coverage of electricity, then it means they have more customers to collect money from. And yet, Kenya Power, as we speak, is on its deathbed. All these are ministries under the side of Ruto. Now, this is where I'm getting to. Uhuru as our president failed us because he abdicated his duty as president and allowed William Ruto to run the government. It is during that time that also so much that now we have actually out of the 4 trillion was borrowed during that time. It's only in the last 2 years we have borrowed less than 2 trillion. But the 4 trillion we borrowed was just money to Uhuru Kenyatta woke up in 2018 and discovered the country has been run into deep debt by inflated projects of SGR, roads, dams, and electricity. So he's waking up in bitter shock that it's under his regime that things went sour. And of course, I will not excuse him. I'll not let him out of the hook as much as he's telling us don't elect thieves. But he has all this information, and some of this information is, of course, somebody was telling me bring evidence. Corruption all over the world. People who practice corruption are very, very intelligent. Corruption is never practiced by hawkers. They don't put their trails are never found because they use proxies. You'll never see their hand in it. So somebody telling us that if you have any evidence, take me to court. All over the world, corruption is practiced by technocrats, by people who understand how to manipulate books and get away. So Uhuru has woken up and discovered that the person or the people he trusted to run the country did very interesting things while he was taking a low profile. I think we need to give it Kibaki and his team. Kibaki allowed the prime minister, and this is where we need to thank the prime minister Raila. He allowed the prime minister when he was sick to run government. There was corruption. In fact, there was major corruption, but not of the magnitude of what we have seen between 2013 and 2017. So, as a country, Uhuru owes us an apology for surrendering his powers to allow people to squander our money, and of course, he's almost apologizing. That is, if you hear that statement, he's actually apologizing. Only that he cannot apologize in the language that we expect. But he's saying, "I've made a mistake, but don't carry over this mistake to 2022." Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Before you ask the Mike questions, I want to say that after Michael, let's have
Let me
Themba, you will
contribute.
present. I'm coming to Themba, you'll present and then you moderate. I'm coming back in 20 minutes. Kindly.
Can I contribute?
Yeah, go on, Vika.
Oh, okay. My contribution there's no corruption in
Are
happen in
you
this.
contributing or are you asking a question?
Yes. No, I'm contributing.
So okay, go ahead.
What I'm simply saying is that there's no money lost in Kenya that the president is not aware of or involved in. The reason why president cannot fight corruption is because implicate familia yake, yeye mwenyewe na friends wake. President will never fight corruption because of only that. He's not being honest kusema that aiziachia wezi uongozi, and yet he has all the powers. He has all the machineries to either prosecute au hatuwezi, but since ime involve family kama especially ukiangalia scandals zile happen kwa Ministry of Health, hizo ziongeleagi, but they were big 5 billions and above, na hiyo ime involve watu wa familia yake, unasikia sister zake and the rest but focus anajaribu kuchange focus to other. See, I'm not saying ati wezi hawako wako, but only that president is not willing to fight, ana play PR. Kama anataka kufight corruption, he has all the instruments. It's just a matter of commanding people. asingoja 1 year iishe, akisema 2 billion inapotea every day. Kama leo imepoteza, kufikia leo imepotea 2 billion and he is in power, he has all the powers. Asingoje mpaka wakati wa elections ati ndo anataka kusema anataka fight corruption, atuokoe saizi. Yeah, that's my contribution for today.
Can I respond to that so that
Okay,
I thank you for
Mike.
saying what I started by saying. I started by saying the president is in a fix because when this corruption was taking place, the people who perpetrated it made sure that they shared across the board, so that when they are caught, they don't go down alone, and that's where the fix is. But I think what my friend needs to come out clear is to accept that the thieves are both in Uhuru and Ruto's government.
That's true.
So if we agree like that, then you agree with my statement by saying the president is apologizing directly, saying we made a mistake, we have stolen, but don't carry over this thieving culture.
Mike,
2022.
Mike, are you honest ukisema president ana apologize? Is he not apologizing?
No,
because we know the president is ndo anachair all the cabinets, si ndio? He chairs all the cabinets, so every expense ya kila cabinet lazima akuwe involved. Usiseme ati alijistukia tu watu wameiba pesa. He is involved in every money that is lost.
That's what I'm saying.
The chair. The president should just be honest about this fight of corruption. We know we cannot fight.
I think what we need to agree, Vic, is that the president has participated in corruption with Deputy William Ruto. So if we accept that, then we should also accept that we should not allow that culture of two thieves carrying over to the next regime. If we agree that way, then we shall stop the blame game. That the president, as the president, was not even aware he participated. Let's even go further and say he participated. He benefited from that corruption. And William Ruto participated and took very, very intense participation in the corruption. So can we? No, you cannot say the president allowed corruption and then you are saying you don't know whether he
the buck stops with the president. Remember that.
The buck stops with the president, but as you rightly said, the president cannot steal alone. He has to steal through the cabinet. And the cabinet is not formed by one person. It's formed by all these ministers, and most of them were appointed by
Mike. Wacha tuchukue example moja. Kuna hii ya Ruaraka land. Hii ya Ruaraka where the government bought its own land. Ili involve Matiang'i.
You see, you are very selective. I picked 3 items and you are not.
And then Aror, Kimorera and Aror.
I picked not Aror. I picked SGR.
Okay.
I picked Kenya Power, and I picked.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. We have listened. We have heard both of you. Thank you, Vic, for your prosecution. Let me give my presentation very briefly so that I continue to moderate. I want to go straight on the remarks that the debate topic, that is Uhuru remarks that angered Ruto and supporters. I really don't understand why they took it so fast the next day. I don't know who is advising them, but it's okay. It's good for them that immediately after the president talked, the next day they were on a podium trying to suggest that the president actually mentioned one among them. So that in its case, there's a saying that says the guilty run unchased, and let me finish, Jex. I've been quiet all this time. Let me make my presentation.
No, sorry, it's because umesema vibaya than how it was said.
No, just relax. Whether nimesema vibaya or vizuri, you will be able to rebut your nini.
Okay. I didn't. There's no time I'm saying so because I don't know if we rebut the chair, but it's okay. If you wish,
you will rebut me, Jex. You love your time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I really don't understand why they had to that immediately the next day they're talking, and the president didn't mention anyone. And also I find it contradictory because it is the same people in different podiums and scenarios. They have said that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, they have always blamed these other guys that when you're sitting in State House, you are disturbing the president. He has only one vote. The voting, the presidency is not given a State House. It is with the people. But then in the same vein, I mean, consistently you get out there and you contradict yourself. Now, the president just given a very short speech on why he would not give pass to a thief. But he didn't mention no one. Then immediately the same day, they're up, in arms, suggesting that the president should be able to come out and mention whom he will not pass the mantle to. I think that says a lot about the team. It says a lot about the team. Probably there's something they know that we don't know. They probably know that the thief is among them, so they want to talk about him, and that's why they were so bitter. You wouldn't be bitter if someone says that someone has spoiled there and it is not you. Why would you want to start making noise if it's not you? So that one I found it ingenious, and I mean not very honest among them. And then David said something about what I mean the current about what this guy said. Junet. Junet comes out and says that you will be visitors. I want us to be honest with ourselves. Right now, the other day when the deputy president said that you can talk to the Central through me, the same Central guy said that he is a visitor in Central. Why should people talk to us through him? Right now you cannot go and vie in Central if you come from a different region. I mean, that's the fact. You guys are coming out and saying Central people want this. The other day, it is because there's identification of the place where you come from, and right now we're also talking about people. The Central has been in power for a long time. Now it is going to a different place. What are you talking about? That's already expressing identification that your place has had that thing for the longest time. So how come it is so hard when someone else talks about it, but when you talk about it, it's okay? I find that dishonest, and I find that like you want to make it a propaganda that is saying that you'll be a visitor. Now, when Raila is being purported to be climbing the mountain, that's a very nice thing to talk about. You are already suggesting that the mountain is a strange place for Raila, so he's climbing the mountain. So we are happy talking about that. But when so and so says that you'll be a visitor here, now that is very wrong. Now we want to say this is what you guys are going to do. That's being dishonest. We want to imagine that Kenya, we have tribes, ethnic communities that are better than others. So what we can say, let's say, is, but if you guys say it, that's a very wrong thing. We need to be honest with ourselves as Kenyans. We either want to be Kenyans and behave as Kenyans, or we agree that there are better Kenyans than others. When you come here and then maybe people start coming to say, he said that you'll be a visitor. Honestly speaking, you guys come and say that all politics is local. Why is Gachagua not going to Suna East to go and vie as an MP? Why isn't they, even Moses Kuria, going to Nyanza and saying that, okay, now moving from today, I'll vie as a Nyando MP? Why? When he goes from here, if Junet Mohamed goes to Gatundu to vie, he will be told you are a visitor in this place. So when Junet says that, okay, fine, you guys will be, he's just simply expressing the same thing that is actually in existence right now. In Rift Valley right now. The other day, Sudi, in a funeral, Sudi actually gave a dress down to one of the guys who was trying to read a condolence from Baba. And he told him that you are betraying your own person. So when these things are being brought, we don't want to talk about them. If you're going to be honest with each other, have the conversation. Let's have the conversation and agree. All politics is local. If it's all local, what Junet said was simply expressing what is already there. Central already giving us, a big lecture of how we are going to climb the mountain, how they are the ones who are going to decide. Isn't that already kind of saying that you guys are visitors in Central? But now when Junet says it, we are all over making noise. But when it goes there, this is what is going to happen. I don't find that being trustworthy. Now on corruption has been with us. And you remember the first chairman was this guy, Harun Mwau. He was kicked out. But PLO came. PLO was kicked out because corruption fights back. Now, when you are getting here and then you are saying that the president has this here, the president has NIS, why isn't he bringing these people? Come on, let's wake up. The country is a constitutional democracy. The constitution creates EACC to be the one that is in charge of corruption convictions. So when you're telling the president, you go and tell those who are corrupt, so that you go to court and say, what powers does the president have to take people to court?
Whom did they report to?
So who? EACC is an independent commission.
It doesn't report to the president.
It doesn't report. You see, even your constitution, you don't know. Anything that is in charge of corruption has to go to court. In Kenya, you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, who has the
president is
proof?
privy to that information.
So how did he know they are guilty? They need to prove themselves innocent.
He hasn't mentioned anyone. Has he mentioned a name? No, you Vic and Jake. Did the president yesterday mention a name?
So how did he know that the money was
wait.
What parameters is he using to judge a thief?
Did he say who should not be elected?
Now, if you want us to go that way,
did he say who should not be elected?
You see that direction?
Yes or no?
Who told us to elect him? The other question should be now: who told us to elect him? He had a criminal case in ICC.
Yes or no? Did he say who should not be elected?
You can as well answer.
He didn't say.
Who told us to elect him?
If he didn't say, then listen. The people who are thinking that
what is he insinuating?
Yeah.
What is
it's up to you, that literature. If you're going to insinuate that it's you, that's okay. And if you're insinuating it's you, then you should prove to us why it is you.
No.
So
yeah, because
the president is privy to that information.
The president, Vic and Jakes.
As per you, the president has moral authority to say someone is a thief.
Vix and Jakes. The president has only one vote. Come next year, whoever is going to be elected, he has the right to even say, I'm not passed away. But if that thief or whoever thinks he's a thief has been elected, the president has the constitutional responsibility to hand over power. You guys have said that.
Now, Themba, you have said to David that he does not know the constitution. Now, please don't showcase also yourself not knowing it.
Wait.
The constitution is so clear. The constitution is very clear. It says like this, that after a general election, the president shall, it does not give him condition on who shall he not hand over power to. It is not in the president's interest or prerogative for him to decide when to give power or not. After an election, the winner is declared the duly elected president.
Jax, hold on. What is your problem? This is what I've said. And I want to repeat. The president has only one vote. Next year after election, whoever has been elected, the president will have to hand over power to that person. That's what I've said.
What if you elect a thief? What if you elect a thief?
Whoever is elected, his term ends next year. After election, whoever is elected.
Then you're contradicting yourself, sir.
No, I'm not contradicting myself. I'm quoting the constitution. What's wrong with the two of you?
You're full of contradiction.
What's wrong with the two of you?
It's because probably you're not listening to yourself.
What's wrong with the two of you?
Yes,
sir. Yeah.
It's good to put it in perspective. The president didn't say, I will not give power to the thief. He said that You guys should not elect a thief because they will mess up the legacy of 10 years of Kibaki and 10 years of
He
Uhuru.
has been
So
saying
he
that
was
before
campaigning
yesterday, my
and
friend.
he was saying.
Before that, he has
And
been
I
saying
think,
that.
I think because I've actually been so clear and I've said what the Constitution says, and the president can say all he wants, and you guys have actually said that before in your political podiums. You have said the president will have to hand over power, as you don't want to go interviews in State House and all. Come next year, if we win the presidency, he will have to hand over power, and that's the Constitution. Let's
Are
agree.
you aware
That's the
the president
Constitution.
has said that before, that he will not hand
Yeah.
over power to thieves?
No, that's okay. It's not his choice to hand over power. It is
What
the
if we elect a
Constitution.
thief? What if we elect a thief?
That's up
Are
to
we, are
him.
we,
If you want to,
are
if you
we
want to
going
ask
back
him,
to
you'll
what we
ask him. But the Constitution
said?
says, the
Are we
Constitution
debating
says,
what we
Vic.
said last year, or we are debating what was happening usually?
Now these people have issues because I'm quoting the Constitution for them. They are asking me what
No,
if.
you
Now
have
that
not
is for
quoted.
President
No, no,
Uhuru
no, no, no,
Kenyatta
no,
to
no, no.
say.
No.
We were just telling you what you have said. You have said that the president said he will not hand over power. We just told you what the constitution says, and rightfully told you that once an election has happened, the duly elected person automatically becomes the president after being sworn in, and that has nothing to do with
Jex,
Uhuru. Even
Jex,
him himself.
Jex, hold on,
Even
hold on.
him himself,
Hold on,
he
Jex.
had to
Jex,
wait
Jex,
until the
wait.
time is.
That
Let me finish my
Jex,
yesterday.
point.
wait.
He had
Jex,
to
wait.
wait.
No,
He
wait,
had to
Jex.
wait.
Wait.
Allow me to
Jex.
finish.
Jex, wait.
Allow me to
Wait.
finish. Don't heckle
No,
me.
wait.
Allow me to
I will
finish.
not allow you.
Now,
Wait. Just wait. Just wait. Thank you. It is respectful to wait.
it's also respectful
Now,
to allow someone
wait,
to finish
wait,
a point.
wait. No, I mean you're talking as I'm talking.
No, you
All
interrupted
of
me as
you,
I was talking.
you and Vic are talking as I was talking. Now listen.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
said this, and I said I want you guys to listen to me. I want to repeat myself for purposes of clarity. Number one, I said Uhuru Kenyatta has only one vote. Are we clear on that? Now, Uhuru
Yes.
Kenyatta is within the constitutional democracy that we are all in. Number two, I
Yes.
said all of us agree that corruption is fought with EACC within the constitution. None of them answer to Uhuru Kenyatta. It's an independent commission. I said the final thing is this. Come next year, because the question was, what if a thief is elected? It doesn't matter. A thief is not a thief until the constitution says so. But
Yes.
you are allowed to express your views. Now, Uhuru
Somebody
yesterday,
says that
Again,
the
it is not
president
the
is
constitution
referring.
that says that. It
Uhuru
is
yesterday, wait. I'm not wrong. I don't
you
agree.
are.
Maybe you don't agree with my perception, but it is not
Can you be
wrong.
corrected? It takes one to listen to a candid
Themba, can I help you on that?
correction.
Please,
Now let me ask you:
let me mediate.
is
Allow me to mediate.
it the constitution that says one is a criminal, or it is one person who has
person.
gone through the due process of law and being convicted in a court of law?
So what have you
So
just
when
said?
the president says,
So what have you just said?
okay.
No, wait, Penny. What have you just
Oh,
said?
nasema ni constitution.
It is a question you have been asked.
No, what have you just said? What have you just said, Jex?
Okay,
Just repeat yourself.
because you are the moderator, let's allow you to finish so that we can have
No,
enough
repeat
time for
yourself.
ourselves.
Repeat what you have just. I'm allowing you to repeat what you have just said.
You have said, this is what you have said. You have said that a thief will be proven by the constitution. Are those your words?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all I know is we have judges who declare one to be either guilty or not guilty.
What do they use?
So, according to you, you want us
No, what
to
do they use, Jex? What do they use?
So you want us to say it is the constitution, right?
What
But there are
guys
other
are
things that
judges?
they use that are not in the constitution. Do you know that?
What guys are judges?
A lot. Why? Do you want us to go there? A lot. They can cite other rulings from other court jurisdictions. They can also as well go to other rulings. They can as well cite parliament proceedings. They can as well cite what are they called? Forgive forgetting the name.
Those things are many.
But there's a lot.
We
There
cannot
is a
have
lot.
them
If
all
you listen
grouped
to
in
even
here.
the previous case, you'll see what they go to.
The
You
constitution.
guys,
Now,
Jake.
I wanted to
Okay,
help
I
you.
okay,
want to
okay,
know
okay, okay,
Kenya, the
okay.
constitution.
Mike, go ahead.
I just want to help Vic, Jax, and Themba maybe to mediate what the president said, and this in very simple English, and this is what Themba is trying to say. What the president said was his personal wish or request to Kenyans that if it was in my powers.
Yeah.
I'm now translating to simplify his statement. If it were within my powers, I wouldn't have given power to these people. And Themba, let me finish. And Themba is saying that wish and
No.
that statement.
Okay, hold on, Mike. Kindly,
What is
Jakes and Vic, we
are
don't help
quiet.
the
We are
debate.
listening.
Hold on.
We are
We don't
quiet.
have, can you mute? Just mute. Mute both of you. And now to everybody else, we don't help the debate. When in the midst of someone making a presentation, you start talking in between. If you want to help the debate, in my view, is wait for someone to finish. Even if you feel you don't agree with what they are saying, at your point, then now you can speak. That way you will help the debate and you'll help the listeners. Kindly, I want to plead with especially Jax and Vic. Thank you. Now, Mike, President.
So this is what I was saying is in English, simple English again, it is called figure of speech. You will say something, but you don't mean what you are saying in the literal sense. You are only trying to emphasize the point by using a strong word. The word I will not give power is a figure of speech. It's not a legal statement. All of us know in very basic way that there is nothing the president can do to stop whoever is elected. He's only strengthening his wish by using a strong word called I will not. So let us not, it is semantics. Let us not put so much emphasis on what the president said vis-a-vis what the law says. The law is clear to all of us, and the law is supreme. And whoever said that judges use other laws, the Constitution says any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, to the extent of its inconsistency, is not valid. So even when you say you apply practices and all those, it is still the Constitution. Only that the Constitution gives room for you to seek other avenues to look at it. But the supreme law of the country is called the Constitution. So let's not say the other laws outside the Constitution. They are all anchored under our constitutions. And to the extent of the inconsistency, they are not applicable in Kenya. And that's why we have seen very many things happening that we have referred to our constitution. Remember, Okemo and James Gichuru were to be extradited to which country? We were quoting our constitution, and the other country that money went to were trying to quote international law, and we told them our law is superior. Anything that is inconsistent with our law stands supreme. So it's important that we also understand that, so that we don't misinform each other that there's another law that is superior to our law. Thank you.
Okay, let's have Vic. Vic, your question or your comment?
A moment kidogo.
Okay, Jakes, your comment or your question?
I beg to give my submissions.
Oh, no question. Okay. Oh, yeah, submission. Okay. Go ahead, Jakes.
Remember, can I just give whatever comment? I just wanted
Okay,
to give a comment after Mike.
Okay,
By
give
the
a comment
president
before
saying,
Jakes comes in.
okay, by the president saying that he's not going to hand over power, it was just a cautionary statement. We should not take it literally the way it is. It was just a means of cautioning wananchi not to vote in the wrong people. So let's not be literal. We learned English, and some of these things should not be taken literally as they are said. He was just using a cautionary statement.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I go ahead? Can I go ahead?
Maybe
Now,
I want to interject kidogo. When we are debating on why the Ruto supporters were angry over the president's remarks, I've seen a clip of what the Ruto supporters said. I think it could be good if the moderator could also give us a clip of what Uhuru said, so that we don't say he said this, he didn't say this. It should be clear to all of us so that we are at the same point.
Joe.
That's what I wanted to suggest. Yeah.
Joe, thanks for that suggestion. What Uhuru said was not even in Kiswahili, I mean in English or Swahili, it was in Kikuyu. So what we most of us are referring to, some of them
President
is,
William Ruto have told off President Uhuru Kenyatta for remarks
no,
he made.
not that one, not that one. There's what Uhuru talked about. It was more in Kikuyu, so even if it's being played, we might not understand. But maybe as we do that, let's have Jex. Jex,
But you see, it was spoken in Kikuyu. We are actually debating on the contents of that. How can we know the content?
nenda yakwa mamutsikare keigurire thi niguo tureha mikorana mitu kana atia
You should have put the one with the translation.
Ila Citizen ilikuwa na translation.
Okay, let's see if we'll get it at some point. But as we look for it, let's have Jex giving his contribution. Jex, kindly.
okay. Thank you very much. Interesting. Now, what the president said, if I had him correct, he said, there's what he has done over the last 10 years. There's what he found Kibaki having accomplished in his 10 years. Now, what he was advising, if I had him correct, so that we don't put words in our president's mouth, this is what he was advising. Let's not give the next 10 or even 5 or whatever years after him to a thief or a criminal or a crook who will water down all the achievements. In what he said, there is nowhere he said he will not hand over power. Neither did he direct on who, or neither did he like kind of pinpoint finger who he was referring to. That is how I would interpret it. Coming to the topic of the day, it's also interesting. If you play the clips also, I agree with Joe. I wish the clips could be played. What Nduale, Washiali, Rigathi, and the others are demanding for is the president should not be just ambiguous with his statement. As a leader, let him come clean. If he has information, just like he refused to appoint judges simply because he said he had intel over the same way, he should come out clean so that we avoid all this drama. Let him come out clean. Let him say, this is the thief that I wouldn't wish you guys to appoint. He has stolen ABCD, and according to the intel I have, this person is not fit to be president. By the end of the day, he will have helped the EACC and have more evidence because he will provide them with it. And this person will be jailed because that is where when one is found guilty is supposed to be. So I tend to agree on this. Let's also listen to what these people say before we even bash. Oh, Tanga guys are angry. I think I'll be a happy Kenyan if I could know who the president was talking about, because he never mentioned names. If he can come out and say, this is the person who has been stealing from Kenyans, this is what he has been stealing, I have evidence to prove. For example, just like the Pandora paper was so clear, giving us facts and evidences and showing us what is stashed outside our nation, he can equally come out and also show us that in equal measure, this leader has ABCD accrued over the years, and it was not obtained in clear dealings. So that he will be doing justice to our country. Otherwise, him prosecuting anyone unheard, and him having all the intelligence, having all the institutions that he can report to the findings that he has. Otherwise, what makes me not say he was only playing politics simply because he does not agree with his deputy? He just chose to bash him, or simply because he does not agree with any other person, because he did not mention the deputy, he did not mention Raila, he did not mention anyone. He just gave a statement. Now, if, for example, I don't agree with a candidate, maybe I may bash him on a stage simply because I've I've managed to gather a gathering, and hence I can make any statement. Now, as a president, he ought to be responsible enough. While he was outside the nation the other day, he said he will come clean on the Pandora issue and the scandal that was raised on that paper. When he was outside, he was talking all tough, all clean, and all able to defend himself. When he came back, he was all mum, all silent, all pinpointing figures to others and not defending his own case. So he's the one man who is not clean, but is able to show Kenyans other people who are as dirty as him. So he should also come out clean. In Molulu, during Mdavadi's mother, he equally boasted and said he is a lion and he is in charge. The word was, he is in charge of the government, meaning he takes full responsibility of everything that happens to the government. Number one, he said that every day, every working day, 2 billion is lost a day. Now, a president who is in charge should not just make that statement and let it lie low. He should come out clean and tell us so and so is part of the 2 billion a day syndicate. So and so is the thief. Him covering for those who steal does not make him any clean. Him sanitizing the thieves, the robbers, only to bash them out when they disagree with him, I think that taints his moral standing. In any case, he has covered issues. For example, the Kemsa case, we were told by him that in 21 days, a comprehensive report will be issued telling us who, how, and when, and in what manner people stole. There are so many billions from Kemsa, stealing from people who are dying, stealing from people who had no money to even buy a simple mask. He, after so many days, including up to today, has not yet come out clean over that issue. Why? Some of his friends were mentioned. Some of his relations were mentioned. The other thing about what he said is this. He said the voters should not vote for a thief. As long as this thief has not been prosecuted, he has no moral obligation to do that to Kenyans. Why? He, as the president, should show us these are the thieves in our country, not just giving us a blanket statement, because he is our leader. We elected him to protect our nations from everyone, including internal thieves. He should show us these are the thieves, and that's what exactly Adan Duale and the others are demanding, so that the Kenyan population should not fall into a trap. The other thing, I refuse for any voter to be cajoled and coerced to vote for anyone. You have your right to choose the leader you want. The leader you want should not be pushed down your throat. I remember correctly in 2013, we were told that choices have consequences. We were given a lot of limitations from foreign countries, but that did not sway us. That did not really scare us. We voted in the leaders that we wanted. Even in 2022, those who are listening to my voice, I beseech you, choose from your heart. If you think so and so is the leader you want, choose that leader. Don't be usikubali kuuziwa uoga, vitisho and the likes, because by the end of the day, you are the one that make the decision. Choose who you want. The other thing I want to raise here is this: the president is in charge of our nation. So when we fail, or rather when the government fails, we should as well portion blame to him, because he should not allow our money, our resources, our wealth to be squandered by few elements. In any case, he ought to defend us by all means. He has all the instruments of power. We gave him all the Constitution guarantees his power. So he has the ability to make and to take these people to the rightful places until we have a stable country, a country free from corruption, free from robbers and thieves. But just creating news by saying, oh, so and so is a thief, oh, so and so is a thief. Show us what this person has stolen. Give us evidences. Let's take this person to court. Let's jail these people. Why should we massage ourselves by telling ourselves every day, making news, oh, Flan is a thief, Flan is a thief. But the question is, what has he stolen? How can we trace what he has stolen? I end like this. Someone said we should look at the records of previous leaders. Kibaki gave us the 2010 constitution. I applaud him. He gave us the Thika superhighway. I thank him. He gave us free primary education. I thank him. All those successes were attributed to his government collectively, both to the prime minister, to the ministers who worked very hard during that time, because each minister will say, while I was an agricultural minister, I did A, B, C, D. So everyone will blow their own trumpet. But it was because of the leadership of Kibaki that all this came into play. Same will be said for Moi. Also, a lot would be said for Uhuru. And all these people were elected in, I don't know if I qualify to say it was a free, fair, and credible election, but they were chosen by the people of Kenya without them being coerced, pushed, or being told who to elect and who not to elect. So even in 2022, we are all of age, we are of sound mind, we qualify to be voters because we have attained the age of 18. So just like you choose what to eat and how to eat it, allow us to choose our leaders. However we choose them, that should be our problem. The only thing that should be facilitated should be a free, fair, and a credible, above all, verifiable election, minus interference from anyone. And I end my submissions.
Okay, thank you, Jax. We've had you. So, do we have any questions to Jax on what he has said? So we give the questions, and then maybe we can move on to the next part. Any question to Jax? Yes, Penny. Who else has a question to Jax? That's Mulumbu. We keep the question. Who else has a question to Jax? Jax, you'll note the questions, yeah? Who else? Okay, so we'll have Penny and then Mulumbu asking Jax a question. Penny, go ahead.
Okay, mine is more of a comment than a question, but I think we can also just comment about it. Okay, Jax is saying that we are old enough, we should be left to decide which leaders we want, and nobody should coerce us into choosing whichever leader, which is true. But you see, we also have when people are going for campaigns, it is the right of
Penny, there's a problem with your connection. I don't know. We
Sorry,
lost
I
you at some
network
point.
here. Yeah. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is that
Jex, mute kidogo.
yeah, what I'm saying that it is the responsibility of every leader to enlighten masses on the kind of quality of leaders that we want, because if left, if a choice of leaders is left and the majority that forms the population of this country is the youth, which is around 60% thereabout, then they are bound to choose wrong leaders who are full of propaganda, So there's nothing wrong with the leadership coming out and giving a criteria of the people that we should vote for. Because should we vote in wrong leaders, the consequences of bad leadership will cut across. And I think that is what all of us are now, those are now the consequences that we are facing now. But both the people that voted the Jubilee government and those who did not, we are all found at the same place, suffering the same consequences. So I think it is the responsibility of any mature Kenyan or leader to point people to the right leadership. There's nothing wrong even with President Uhuru Kenyatta coming out and telling us the kind of leaders we should consider and those that we should avoid. So yeah, that is my take on the whole game. Much as we have the democratic right to vote whoever we have, there is nothing wrong with being led to the right kind of people.
Thank you, Penny. Mulumbu?
Then I also have a question after Mulumbu.
Okay. Mulumbu, go ahead. Mulumbu, you are muted.
Can I take this opportunity?
Joe Ngoja. Mulumbu, you are muted.
Some questions.
Mulumbu, are you having technical issues? Okay, you have technical issues. Okay, Joe. Joe, and then we go to Wekesa.
Yeah, Jakes, I'm not giving submission. I'm still to give my submissions, but I just want to point out what Jakes have said. I'd like to tell him what Penny said, that the president has got a right of expression and to give direction at this point in juncture. It is right, constitutional right. Two, he's not cajoling anybody. He's doing a campaign. Anybody can campaign. I mean, when people go out and campaign, like in Ruto, Raila, and Nini, they're not cajoling, because at the ballot you'll be alone. They're just trying to convince, but they're not cajoling them to vote in a certain way. Then on the election, saying that we chose the presidents that we wanted since 2007, I'd like to tell him that those elections has been contentious. From 2007 to date, they have been all contentious. They're not verifiable. They're not credible. Then the last thing I wanted to point out is we have what we call circumstantial evidence. It's even in the law books, and they're evidence with hard facts. The circumstantial evidence is what gives us the direction as to who might have done what. And I've always spoken in this forum, if you have a housemate that you live in the house where you also keep maybe some bunch of money, and you come back in the evening, you find the money is not there, the housemaid is not there, you try to call her contacts and numbers, she's not picking the call. You are almost 80% sure that she is the one who has stolen your money, because yeye ndio ulimwacha kwa hiyo nyumba. But you don't have facts. But it's pointing, the circumstantial evidence is pointing. And that's what the president did to us. He talked to us, then we have our own brains to fikiria ni nani, who could be he talking about. So circumstantial evidence is there. And that's why there are some other people are reacting that it was Ruto. You see, like the ideology of this mate, unless you have evidence, huwezi mpeleka kotini. You can pick on that and now go for the hard facts evidence. but circumstantial evidence inasema yeye ndio mwizi. That's what I wanted to point out on the Jake's submission.
Okay, final question from Wekesa, and then now we move back to submissions. Just hold on. I think Wekesa maybe final so that we can have a reaction from Jakes. Jakes has dropped off, or he's still here? Okay, Wekesa.
Okay, my concern with Jakes is that he told us the president, the president has no, he should not direct people on which person to elect, while his deputy is trying to direct people on who to elect. That's one. Two, they have a problem when Uhuru talks vicaratively about a thief. They don't have a problem when Ruto talks vicaratively about Matapeli. That is two. Three, they have a problem when they don't have a problem when Ruto talks about kuna cartels in government, including even he went straight and pointed out that there are cartels in the Ministry of Energy, when he knows very well he's the one who appointed the Minister for Energy, the CS for Energy, but he still can call out that there are cartels in the ministry. So while they want to point out the issues with the president, can they tell us what are these figurative languages that the DP is using? And three, you cannot tell us that we have a right to choose who we want, and you're the same people who are crying that amalize aende. So when they told you choices have consequences, you're actually being the evidence of the consequences they told you. So if you can't learn from the past, then I think you have a problem. So you can't just tell us that we have a right to choose who we want. Yeah, but we have also a right to advise you. We are not making choices for you, but we have a right to advise you. And when you fail, we will say we did our part, we advised you. So thank you.
Jakes, finally, as you comment, there's a few days ago when people talked at was it was Mashujaa Day. After the everything was done, there was a comment that when you want to listen to the future, you listen to Ruto. When you want to listen to the past, you listen to Raila. Gachagua went ahead to say that when they had Ruto was only talking about what is going to happen. So they have nothing about history, about what happened, where it came from. But today, they were talking about history of how they helped Uhuru to form the government. That was history. That is history. How he was helped, how he was going to ICC, how they came together. All that was history. So is history only important when it is being referred to by the team from UDA, and not important when it is coming from this other side? So kindly comment on those so that we close that, then we bring in other submissions.
Okay. Now I don't know if I begin with you or I begin with everyone else. I don't know if I mentioned history anywhere. I only talked of the murder of the day. But now that you have brought it, I think they were comparing the speeches of Ruto and Baba. And that's maybe probably how much I would say about it. The other thing about Ruto appointing Jihu, I think the constitution is clear. The president has all the appointive authority. Ruto has no power in that. The other question was, should we allow Uhuru to dictate, or rather to give his opinion on who should be the president? I think he should, and I would encourage him to do so. I would only not encourage him to, I would not wish to encourage him to kind of push fear or push any form of intimidation, because everyone has a right to say what they want to say, but no one should be coerced in any form. That is what I was against. So according to me, I wouldn't wish, for example, someone endorsed by the president, pushed by the government, president, for example, and then people reject or maybe anguke elections, because it has happened before. Because if you are asking me about history has it that Moi did all he could to make Uhuru a president in 2002. He used all the machineries he could. If there is a deep state that was serious, was that deep state of 2002. Unfortunately, he suffered what he suffered. That is history, and it is very vivid to most of us who are there. So, and funny enough, at times history has a way of repeating itself. So, all I would wish, let every candidate come out, just as Musalia was saying, let everyone come out without any form of interference, without any form of kipendeleo. Let everyone campaign. Let everyone sell their agenda. Kenyans are very clever. Kenyans are not fools. Kenyans can hear. Kenyans can make sound decisions. No Kenyan is a weakling when it comes to making a decision. We are able to make sound decisions. Even when we fail, we are able to correct ourselves in due time. So I wouldn't wish anyone a pair of favoritism simply because they dance to the piper or to the one who is paying the piper. The only thing I would say is this: allow everyone, even if it is Ruben Kigame, let him be allowed to campaign. Let him be allowed to sell his agendas to Kenyans. Let him be allowed to say all he needs to say, so that by the end of the day, we, all of us, you and I, we will make our choices. We shall elect the person who convinces us, the person with the policy, the person with an agenda, the person with the vision, the person who is able to take our country forward, a person who will maintain law and order, a person who will not violate the constitution by all means possible. So by the end of the day, it should be a free game. It should be because it's a match. All these are teams. We have Team Raila, we have Team Ruto, we have Team Musalia, we have Team Kalonzo. These are teams. Let no one be shown favoritism, because by the end of the day, what if they fail with all the favors? It will be so shameful. The president, despite his legacy, he might go home on a low. For example, you remember the song Moi was sung to? That song was like a demoralizing song. Despite him serving our nation for over 24 years, he went out as a failure. Songs to tarnish him were sung. People threw mud at his convoy. People did so many bad things. And despite all that, Uhuru's name was really also equally destroyed. It took time for him to rebuild himself. I love all the candidates. Actually, personally, I have no issues with all the candidates. Let them be given an atmosphere to compete. All of them. As Kibaki did. Let him just play it cool, allow the cards to play, because even him himself, nobody influenced him to be voted. People voted for him, despite us being told that our actions have consequences. Despite the sanctions that were issued to us by the UK, we still voted for him, so he should allow.
Thank you, Jex. Thank you for your submission and the responses. I think we will at least we come back to that maybe as the debate is going on. Now, there are people who haven't submitted yet. I want to bring in Bernard, and I know also there's Joe and there's Mulumbu. Bernard came here early, so Bernard, is your turn to make your submission, sir.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll be as brief as I can.
I wanted to ask a question, but now it's okay.
Okay, question to Jex or who?
No, it's okay. You'll come in later, Mulumbu. Just Bernard, go on.
Mine will be brief. The wicked run when nobody's chasing. If the president makes a statement and everybody begins to run and begin to claim that he should name who is the thief, it's just an indication of what we are up against. We cannot take that for granted. It is said that show me your friends and I will show you who you are. Everyone, almost a larger percentage, I would say, of the people around the DP have issues with the anti-corruption. And every time they are arrested, the excuse is they are being persecuted because they are around the DP. Why should be the DP an attraction to everybody that has questionable character? That leaves a lot to be desired. Number two, I don't know the DP. I've never worked for him. We have never shared office. I have never worked with him, so I don't know him. But as the proverb goes, if the alligator comes from the water and tells you that Mama Crocodile is sick, believe the alligator because he lives with the Mama Crocodile in the water. You don't live in the water. These people have worked together from as early as 90s, now early 2000. Now we're going to 2022. They are not strangers. So whatever they tell us about each other, we believe it more than what we think and perceive about who they are. History has it, or rather it has been reported, is an allegation by Jirongo who brought the DP into the limelight. His entry into politics and his entry into making money with the government is not a clean one, okay? Supplying 1,000 t-shirts 10 times and get payment for all that is an allegation. I don't know whether it's true or not. But if somebody does that as early as 92, then I'm sure by now he has perfected that art. And most of what we are crying about could be as a result of that art of working with the government for your personal gain. I asked a question, how can we study the wealth? How do we follow the footsteps of the DP and become as wealthy as he is? Okay. He clears university, gets into politics. So 99% of his wealth he has made in politics. There is no other account. I don't know if there is any. Now, if that is how he has made his wealth, then politics is a good investment, okay, that has made him wealthy. We would love to learn from him. How do you join politics having nothing? Then within no period of time, you have overtaken everybody or most of the people that went ahead of you. That leaves a lot to be desired. And so, as much as DP and his people are running around to say they should name the thief and all that, they should come out clear and tell us who the thief is. If they are not, let them just continue with their campaign and not become reactive on matters that have not mentioned their names. But where there is smoke, there is fire. And I fear that nobody wants to look at that way. And that's the same thing we did in 2013, okay? You are advised this is wrong. This is unconstitutional. This is going to plunge the country into problems. You said, no, if he's a thief, he's our own thief. If they are criminals, they are our own criminals. We will do anything to save them. What did we end up with? Where we are right now. And all of us are feeling the pain. All of us are suffering under the same pressure. I don't think anybody has a right to vote for somebody with questionable character simply because he likes the person or the person hails from their tribe or hails from their region. The national office needs to be entered into by nationalists, not villagers, not regional leaders. And it should be for the interest of the nation. So for once, let us sober up and understand, what does Kenya need now? Who is in a better position to help Kenya come out of where it is to where it ought to be? From the last time I checked, there is no succession of if the president leaves, the DP takes over. Only in the unlikely circumstance if the president dies in office. That is the only where the constitution provides that the deputy will become president for the remaining part of the term. But if the president has finished his term, the DP will have to ask for fresh mandate like everybody else. And if he wins the election, well and good. If he loses, he has lost. So there is nowhere where the constitution requires us to make DP president. It is not there. And so the DP should campaign on a fresh mandate, asking for fresh mandate, but he should not be asking for fresh mandate on new promises. He should ask for fresh mandate on the track record of his performance and let the Kenyans decide. Why, if Uhuru is of no consequences in who he tells us to vote for or in his advice on who not to vote for, why is it a big deal? Okay, it has been the cry all along that Uhuru promised to endorse the DP. Kumi yangu, kumi yako. That has been the cry all along. Then all of a sudden now it has become, he should remain mum, he should not say anything. As a responsible leader, you don't leave your house under anybody's care. You have to be interested in who takes over after you. And if the people you have worked with have questionable character, you don't leave them in charge. I'll bring in the Jesus story. Jesus had 12 disciples. One of them had a devil, okay? Jesus did not leave the responsibility of the church to one that had a devil. So we will, I mean, you will be so irresponsible to say, whoever the disciples choose will take charge of the everything because I am through, I am gone. That's the attitude of an irresponsible way of looking at the country. As responsible citizens, we must question everybody, especially those asking for the highest office. And if they are providing a hideout for corrupt people, a hideout for people with questionable character, somebody like the other Kashago or whoever, he says he doesn't like banking because banks ask questions. I mean, you're saying that on national television. Then you come and say you want to be given to take charge of the treasury of this country when you don't believe in banking. You don't like being questioned where you got the money that you're bringing for banking. I think Kenyans, we need to be serious for once. Let's not play all these games. So without footing for whoever and all that, people who have made their money working with the government, most of them have made their money without clean hands. It is in the record. Those people who have clean money either have never worked with the government or have not done business with government. And let's remain clear of that. So I think I should rest it there. So Uhuru knows what he's talking about. Whoever he's referring to, he knows the person. And if the person wants to be mentioned, he will be mentioned in due course. But let's not take that lightly. No responsible leader will talk about something just for the sake of political gain. No, this is a matter of life and death. And that's why he's coming out clear and say, if we play games now, we're going to end up in a worse situation than we are in now. And every sober thinking Kenyan need to take the president serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for your submission. Ably executed, and I can see Jax and Vic have disappeared. They were Joe, relax. What's eating you up, Joe?
My age does not allow me to go the whole night.
You've been patient. So when you are just about to reach is when you are getting impatient. So thanks so much. Checks have unfortunately dropped off, and Vic is also not here. They would have been more interested in asking questions and in prosecuting their side. But I think we'll allow those who haven't given their submission so that we can now even now prosecute and even question those perspective further. So let me allow Joe to give his submission, and then Mulumbu. So Joe, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My submission is going to be very short. I'm not like Bernard, and I say my short, then it takes half an hour. So I'm going to quite short, to the point, to the topic. I'll not go outside the topic. I'd like first to agree with what some of the things Jake said, that Kenyans are not stupid. So when the president says a thief, just like he says Kenyans are not stupid, Kenyans will know who the thief is. So I agree with his statement on that Kenyans are not stupid. Then on the topic, why are only Ruto's supporters are jittery? We have about 5 presidential candidates that have declared they're going to be on the ballot. But I find it funny and tricky why only Ruto supporters are the people who are jittery. But I believe they're also not stupid. Just like Jake said, Kenyans are not stupid. And I think politicians are even more clever and more cleverer. So they know the president was talking about their man. So they had to react. Then on the reaction, like Dwele was talking about 8 million voters. I think this is a fallacy because they say they have 150 MPs, formerly Jubilee MPs that are now in UDA, and their followers. That means it is no longer 8 million. They say Jubilee is a shell. So you should not talk about 8 million voters because they have moved out. So it can't be 8 million. Then on corruption, the one that now the reporters are now crying about, I can say that corruption, there's no direct corruption that has been attributed to Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe the relatives, yes. But there's no corruption that has been attributed directly to Uhuru Kenyatta that he benefited from this and that. His relatives, yes, I can agree there's some talks about that. But with Ruto, there are corruptions that have been attributed to him. He's the banker. He's the one who is banking that money, because we have had so many presidents, I mean vice presidents or deputy presidents, or rather prime minister. We have had Mudi Awori. Moi was also one. Kibaki has been there. Murumbi has been there. Karanja has been there. Saitoti has been there. Raila was also a prime minister, second in charge. We have had Kalonzo. But we have never seen them getting, suddenly rich like Ruto has. Ruto claims that he was in the government for 4 years. The 4 years, he have bought 5 helicopters, he's built hotels. You think all these former vice presidents were stupid or they don't want to make money? So those are the indications, what I was talking about, circumstantial evidence. You cannot be in the government for 4 years as he claims, and all of a sudden you have those riches. We have had people from his party crying that ameiba pesa kwao, Aror, Kimowerer, Maize, and all the people from his backyard. So we are also not stupid. At we are not in his backyard. We have indicators showing that he is not making his money illegally. Then the other issue I want to say is why is Ruto saying the same things like calling Raila Mganga, and he has no evidence. And actually, it's only him who calls Raila Mganga, not everybody. But to him, everybody calls him a thief. So we know if the president was talking, all of us, even sisi hapa, tunajua who he was talking about. Not that we have had any bad evidence, but from what his lifestyle is an indicator. And if this one, even if you investigate it further, you'll find out that it's him. It's not something very difficult. The contracts that has been having, he has a Marco insurance, insuring government vehicle, and he has never paid a single cent. People are crying, Matatu, that I showed you the Marco. They're all crying. It's all outside there. It's in the public. It's not in the public. So we are not stupid, like James said. We know who the thief is, and the people who are crying, the supporters, also know who the thief is. So let's not debate about this. All the indication has shown that it's him. These people also know it's him. So I want to be as short as that.
Okay, there's a question from Ezekiel. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Unmute and ask your question.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. I think it is my first time. I've been trying, but now I'm catching you. Allow me to say this. We are all Kenyans and we love peace. My friend there, I've heard what he has said, and I'm totally disagreeing with him that Ruto has owned helicopters, what. Let me tell you, helicopters, the issues of maize are just an hearsay, and hearsay is not admissible. Where you are working hard to get something. We can't say that you are stealing. If you get something little, you can make it and become rich. Yes, I'm not saying that because maybe I come from Eldoret where Ruto comes from. But here, we are tired with political gimmicks due to electioneering fatigue. The president, for your information, he has rights. He has right to mention or say that he's not going to leave the country for the people who are thieves. But get it from me, the president has no authority because the people of Kenya has authority. Again, is that here is that the president is trying to be dictator. We are tired with being dictators. Let us be reality. Raila is a good person. He has been fighting for this country. And we have no problem. Ruto also is trying his luck. Now, let us put aside the issue of maybe someone being a thief, someone being a mukanga. Those are just the political gimmicks. Those are just the dramas. But to be sincere, the president was totally wrong. He was totally wrong to say that I'm not going to leave the country for the thieves. For your information, the president himself and his family members. Remember about the issue of Pandora?
Ezekiel.
Yes.
Are you asking a question or you're giving a submission?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I'm just giving a submission, but I was trying to.
If it's a submission, you'll have your time. But if it's a question, you can just ask a question if you have a question. Do you have a question to Joe?
Okay. To Joe.
Yeah. On his submission, on what he has said. Do you have a question to what he has said?
Yes.
Okay,
on what Joe has said.
Just ask it briefly. You'll have your time for submission.
Yeah, Mr. Cho. Do you think that the the president is not in position to show or to give unity to these people that you are saying someone is a thief, someone is a Mokanga. Don't you think that the president is working with the deputy, or the president is working with Mr. Raila?
Okay, I don't think the purported question is based on what I said, but there's something that you commented on, that if you work hard, you can get rich. That is true. That is very true. I cannot run away from that. But let me tell you, my friend, making money has got a track record. We have some of the biggest companies, let's say Guinness, the way they started, let's say Adidas. You can track how they started making this money. They moved from this point to this point. From this point, even Safaricom, they'll tell you, we started this, then we put this program, SMS, then it's WhatsApp and all this, even Facebook. It has a track record. You cannot just come with money and you dish it out so freely, and yet you don't have a track record how you made this money. Mr. Ruto cannot give us a track record how he made his billions. Even Safaricom doesn't dish. Do you know how much Safaricom makes? If they put a program of win a car every week, we have like 20 million subscribers. And then you play that game with 5 shillings, one. If you do it 3 times, it's 15 shillings. Let's say out of the 20 million subscribers, only 10 plays that game. Now, 5 shilling times 10 million. You see, you have a track record how they make their money. They'll give you one car after making maybe 100 or 200 million. A car will cost maybe 3 million. The other million is out. There's a track record of every money you make. Even Guinness, ukiangalia history ya Guinness, ukiangalia history ya Adidas, ukiangalia history ya Mercedes, there's a track record how they made that money. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuwa billionaire within 5 years. Now, we don't know how he made them. Hata hizo mayai anasema.
Mr. Cho, iko hivi, wacha nikupatie siri nini. Track record ya Ruto ya pili ni kuwa he owns shares in Safaricom and Kenya Airways. Yes. Sir.
I think Joe has responded. You'll have your time now to give in your submission. You'll be able to, if you have a track record on how he made his money, then you'll come out and say, okay, fine, there this and this. These are the things that he owns, and this is how he made his money. So don't worry, you'll have your time for that. Joe, are you done in that response? I want to move to Mulumbu.
I'm done.
Can I ask?
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask?
Mulumbu, are you there?
Can I ask one question?
Hold on. Mulumbu, are you there? I think Mulumbu is gone. Okay. David, do you have a question?
Yes, niko na swali.
Is it David or Ezekiel?
No, I'm okay.
Who is having the question? Who is that?
David.
You have a question, David?
Yes.
No, I don't have a question.
Okay, who is that? Who is having a question? The capital or what?
Captain.
Oh, Captain, the Captain. Okay, Captain, you have a question to who? To Joe?
Yes, I have a question to Joe.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Nimesikia akiongea kuhusu DP cannot show how he got his wealth. Now, my question is, kuna mtu mwenye ambaye uliza yeye aeleze vile huwa anapata nini pesa zake, ama ni ile tu uchungu tuko nazo ya siasa?
I can respond.
Thank you. I can respond to Joe. Joe, you can respond to that. Okay, let's briefly, and then we go to Ezekiel.
We actually don't need to ask him, but we can have a general knowledge of how somebody made their money. If I had a neighbor ambayo hana chochote alafu all of a sudden ameleta ma V8 mahama hapa na tunaishi kwa hii estate, I'll actually be surprised and ask. But if I knew what he was doing before, I will not ask. We have drug dealers, international drug dealers, and they're outside there. But we all know they're making their money in this manner. But we don't ask them. We don't ask them. So we don't expect us to go and ask Ruto, sisi wote wananchi wote, like 50 million twende tumuulize. No. And the system maybe is the one to ask them, not sisi wananchi. No. And the system is the same system is working with or for are the people who are now indicating that this is not a straight man with money. It's the same system. But don't expect 50 million of us to enter to Mulize. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Probably.
Thank you for that. Bernard, hold on.
Say this. One moment.
Hold on. Hold on, Bernard. I know the direction you want to go.
I won't take much. I won't take much. Just saying, the salary of a president is less than 2 million a month. Okay, if somebody spends 2 million per week, okay, in campaign to get a job that will earn him 2 million a month, that mathematics is not adding up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Wait, Captain. Captain, wait.
It's not
because
2 million a week. It's 5 million a day.
That is why I didn't want that thing to go. But we are opening the studio very, very soon after Ezekiel has presented, so that now we can Ezekiel, it's your turn now, my brother.
Okay, thank you so much. Much obliged. My brother, ningependa kusema ya kuwa kweli sisi ni Wakenya na ni vizuri kuambiana ukweli. Mungu anabariki mtu. And I'm sure 100% Ruto ako na track record yake. Raila ako na track record yake vile anapata benefit yake. Uhuru mwenyewe, our president and all leaders. Na inategemea na vile Mungu amekubariki. Hata mtembei hapo, nafikiri Mungu naye amemsaidia. Na inaonekana ya kuwa maybe this gentleman is earning from maybe social media or what, you see. Lakini sasa mi nataka niambie Joe ya kuwa ulisikia hata mheshimiwa Ruto akisema yeye ako na shares Safaricom, ako na shares Kenya Airways, tena hizi Amaco Insurance. You see, huyu mtu amejipanga, ako na vitu zake, alijikaza, ako na kuku yenye anapatanga mayai yenye ana supply, ako na market yenye ana supply. You think huyo mtu kweli anaweza kuwa poor? Hakuna. Sasa tuache siasa ya kusema ya ukabila ama nini. Hapana. Let us be straightforward. Our president amemaliza yake. Our president amemaliza yake, and for your information, he has failed us. He has failed us 100%. Tunampenda yeye lakini ametufail. Mr. Raila anajaribu naye apenye. Struggle. Before hata sisi tusaliwe, tunasikianga Raila up to now. But Raila, I think he's not lucky. Akubali, he's not lucky. Na sasa iko hivi. Msiseme siku ingine ya kuwa mtu akibarikiwa akipata pesa aliipa. Hapana. Hiyo tuweka aside. Hata kuna mtu Kumbuka akina Mafuta huko kwetu, they were class 3 guys. Watu wako na pesa, wako na mashamba. Ulifikiri waliipa? Hapana, ni connection. If I get connected with you, Mr. Mutembe, where you are, and you give me a deal, yeah, I know I'm going to get something. Connection, I think, is the something that made Ruto to get his money. Sasa Raila kama ana connection, ya amefail. Na pesa yenye Ruto anapeana ni faida tu. Hata achakusa ya ni hiyo pesa ya jikoni, achakusa ya nyumba kubwa. Ni kwa sababu ya bidii ya mtu. Hii ya jikoni ndio anajengea makanisa, anafanya nini? Ndio maana anabarikiwa. Na hakuna mtu mwenye ni mali ngumu atabarikiwa. Sasa mimi nataka niambie Mr. Joe hapo na marafiki wengine hapo. Ruto amebarikiwa. Ako na shares Kenya Airways. Unafikiri ni pesa ngapi anapata? Baadaye ama pa wiki? Ni mingi. Sasa Raila atapata wapi 6,000 yenye atatulipa? Yeah, let us be sincere.
Kenya make losses every time.
Yes.
God, wait.
Losses every time.
Bernard,
nyamaza.
Time yako ulitumia time yako vizuri Joe. Tuseme ukweli, Raila atapata wapi 6,000 mwenye atapatia watu wote hapa Kenya? Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ni uongo mtupu. Hata mbinguni sidhani kama tutaenda kama tutakubali hiyo maneno. Na Kenya, wacha nikuambie, by 2032 usipojipanga tutakuwa maskini namba 1. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. Sasa president mwenyewe anasema hao watu wenye wako pamoja ni wezi, which means yeye ni mwizi lakini ameshindwa kuiba vizuri. Hajajipanga mzuri. Bwaku yani bwaguzi anamwaka bwaku. So kama mtu ameshindwa na kazi, basi iko hivyo. Lakini Raila, your friend, ambia hiyo 6,000 hakuna, wacha kudanganya. Na kama mbinguni iko, watu wengine wataenda kuwa firewood, for which I'm not wishing to be part of those people wenye anasema uongo. Tuseme ukweli, alafu watoto wetu in future watakuwa na neno la kusema ya kuwa kweli ilikuwa hivi. Poverty Kenya saa hizi Mr. Joe, ndugu yangu, iko juu sana. Kama mnakaanga town, try kutembea villages huko ndio mjue ni kubaya. Sasa neno langu ni hivi, Ruto amejikaza. Pale penye amefika ni Mungu. Wacha apeane pesa yenye Mungu amempatia. Na kama Raila ni mkono pirika, basi apake na pesa yake. Na wacha kutudanganya ya kuwa atatupatia 6,000. Ruto naye, these people change. I'm not saying that mimi nampigia Ruto kura cause maybe he's my tribe metamani. Even mimi mwenyewe nampenda Raila. Nampenda Raila because Raila anapenda maneno ya maendeleo. Ruto pia unaona sera zake. Lakini maneno ya matusi, hiyo ni propaganda ya wanasiasa. Mi personally nimetembea, I've been to Kampala, pale penye hakuna nini. Nimetoka, hata nimefika Italy. I know these people. They are very wise, wanawatrack hivi, wanakutana jioni, wanamaliza maneno yao. Na nyinyi alafu mnapigana huko mnasema ati wenye kuteseka ni nyinyi. Sasa tusipojipanga saa hizi, maisha itatupanga in future. I'm not telling you. Mtatembea na kinyira 2035, 2032. Sasa Mr. Mutembe, sina neno. Nilitaka tu niambie hawa ya kuwa tujikase kama Wakenya na tufikirie tutampatia nani ili uchumi yetu ikuwe mzuri. Ili watoto yetu in future iwe mzuri. Kwa sababu gani? Mimi nataka nikupee tu example 2 ama 3 vitu yenye natakana ifanywe kwa serikali yenye lazima ikuje. Ya kwanza maneno ya health. Unaona mtu ndio ujue hapa Kenya tuko na shida. Mtu ni mgonjwa, amepelekwa hospitali. Anakaa hospitali, bili naenda. Alafu bahati mbaya mtu anapass. Bili imefika almost 2 million. Hawajiwezi. Kwa nini government hata kama Uhuru angekuwa wise? Kwa nini wasiweke bill kwa parliament yenye ina control issues za hospitals? Ati muna keep maiti kwa sababu ya pesa. Hiyo ni inji gani? Na mnasema mko na NHIF, mko na nini? Hii maneno yote ni fraud. Alafu mnakuja mnafuata sijui maneno sijui beba sijui nini. Kenyans bado kama mtachagua tena wesi ama nini, it is fine, but mimi najua mwenye anajua hii maneno ni Mungu. We have to fight for free. Hapa Kenya, wacha nikuambie, tunajifanya sisi we are free, lakini sisi tunajikolonize sisi wenyewe na tunapenda kwenda round. Tuache kujidanganya, tuchenge taifa letu, tukutane mimi, Mtembei, wewe, akina Joe, tuseme tufanyaje. Nani yako na sera mzuri, tumpatie mtu fulani tuone. Na wacha nikuambie, development inaanza kule kijijini kwenu, sio hata president. Sasa kuna devolution. Hata sisi tunaendanga njia tunaambia manda kwa my friend, kama utaki kutupanga anaona huko Nairobi pia right now niko Nairobi, kesho narudi Eldoret, but now naona huko mmejipanga. Kazi ya president nowadays kwa Kenyan constitution is just a ceremony, apatiane pesa ya devolution na kazi ifanywe. Sasa sio lazima hata wewe unaweza kuwa president na unaweza panga vizuri. Asanteni sana Mr. Joe, Mungu akubariki. Na Mtembei na wale marafiki.
Give me allow because nimetajwa sana. Yes. I just want maybe less than 1 minute then I'll respond.
Okay, yes. Ngoja. Ezekiel umemaliza?
Nimetajwa sana, amemaliza.
Yes, Joe, nakupatia ngoja Joe. Ngoja, una haraka.
Nimetajwa.
The thing is a very good gentleman. I can see he's anakaa hapa anasema mambo mazuri sana. So Joe, kindly before I bring Bernard alikuwa anawashwa pia sana hapa, nataka kumuuliza maswali. So Joe, go ahead. Joe, umemute.
Thank you very much. I want to tell Mr. Latin, it's not only Ruto that has shares in Safaricom. Hata mimi niko nayo. And I know what Safaricom gives me as a dividend. That's one. Asiseme yeye kuna dividends zake ni mingi kuliko yetu. Hapana. After all, Safaricom ni ya Vodacom. The government only owns 35%. So Ruto is not the only one ambaye akona shares. So he cannot account what he has with the shares of Safaricom. Two, on money, hiyo kuku, 1 million, I don't know, 1.5 million eggs per day. Nobody knew about it until ye mwenye ametaja. So how can we believe that? You cannot be supplying that much of eggs every day and people doesn't know that company. Honestly, no. So don't say at hiyo kuku it's existing. Ile tangu aseme we have not seen it. Hata watu wake waja display tuone ni kitu gani hiyo iko shamba iko mna gani. So that one we cannot believe that ati ndiye nampatia pesa. Umesema mambo ya connection, Raila ana connection. Let me tell you, Raila has connection far much than Ruto. Nearly all the presidents of Africa and opposition leaders of African countries, Raila ako nao connection. So usiseme ati Ruto ndiye ako na connection to account for the money that ako nayo. Please get out of that. Umeongea mambo ya Mtembei. Mtembei started very small and we can see the record. Kesho akifungua TV na compete nation.
Ni amekuwa thrown out. Amekuwa thrown out. Okay.
Nilitaka niambie ya kuwa ndugu yangu. Yes. Kama kweli shares ya Safaricom ni ndogo. Huyu Uhuru ametuchezea na Fuliza. Si Fuliza ni yake? Yeah? Which means akina Joda wako na mchezo. Yes, unaweza kuwa kama Raila ako na connection, ajui kutumia connection yake. Kwa sababu kama angejua kutumia connection, angekuwa na pesa. Anatumia connection peke yake ya hii kasi ya familia yake. Yeah? Kusupply kasi peke yake.
No. It's not every connection is for making money.
Fuliza ni ya kina nani? Jo. Fuliza ni ya nani?
Ya Safaricom.
Ya Safaricom. Nani ali-encourage hata juzi? Si ni president. Kwa sababu ni yake. Mbona ni NCP? Ukiona hiyo ni nini NCP what? Mbona tudanganyane Mr. Joe?
No,
mimi sikatai.
Commercial Bank of Africa.
Yes, mimi sikatai. Sasa hiyo Commercial Bank of Africa inatoka wapi? We try to follow the route, alafu utaniambia next time tukikutana. Hakuna shida. Lakini kweli Raila ni mtu safi. Sikatai. Lakini shida yake ni moja, anasuba. Hajui kutumia time. Akiwa na hiyo connection umesema presidents from East Africa sijui nini mpaka nje, si hata saa hizi sijui bado wako nje, lakini hajui kutumia. Kazi yake ni kujifinjari. Watu wengine wanafanya kazi my friend.
Ezekiel, hold on right there. Ngoja tu hapo, shikilia hapo. Hebu mute kidogo. Mulumbu. Are you able to talk, Mulumbu?
Niko hapa.
Haya, unaweza kuongea sasa alafu ndio tuanze kuninia hapa na Ezekiel. Mulumbu.
Ndugu zangu wanajua vijana wa siku hizi, that's why I say every day before you come here they go back and read the history of someone. Read politics of Kenya before you come to the blog over here, because here utakuja kuleta uongo, unasema vitu yenye it doesn't add up. Unasema vitu it doesn't add up. Go follow up. Unajua mtu kama mimi I've been there Raila akianza siasa. Nimekuepo moyo akiingia kwa uongozi. I was there. Tukipata maziwa ya free vile imekuja kupo 82 bla 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 mpaka imefika saa hii. Sasa ukija ukiwaambia tu Raila hana network. Na Raila ndio mtu amewekwa industrial Africa mzima. And then you tell me that Raila hana network. Are you out of your mind? Are you not in Kenya? Huyu jamaa akipewa job ya Afrika mzima. You are not in Kenya. Unaambia wewe mtu hana network. Then unasema hana network. This man ameibiwa kura sijui mara 3 hapa akinyamaza. Unasema hana network. Na wakati unasema hana network, kuna ile aliibiwa akiwa na hiyo ndugu yako unasema ndiye ana network. Unasema hana network. This person has been out of the government. Hii freedom unakuja kwa radio hapo ukisema ata hana network. That time you could not say. You could not say. Ungekuwa shachukuliwa kitambo. But because of him, tuna freedom yetu tunaona tunaongea na hii. Unasema hana network. This person hajakuwa president, but amefanya sasa tuna multi party. Pesa yenye ingekuwa haingii vijijini sasa inaingia mpaka kwa makaunti au MCA na magavana, pesa wameiba hiyo yote, wametajirika nayo, au wanampiga vita saa hii. Wao ndio walipinganga hiyo katiba. Unasema hana network. Where do you live at? Are you in Kenya or in Uganda? So hapo nimemalizia tu hapo. Kuna kitu kingine ningependa kuizungumzia kufuatana na vile mwanini Rais Kenyatta alisema. Kuna jambo ningependa mimi sitaki kusema tena, ambia watu vile watu wanakuja, wacha niwaambie asifu huyu jamaa amekuja kutufundisha. Here we learn from unatoa mazungumzo yako ama unatoa mada yako, sasa sisi tunasikiliza, tunajifunza. You are not coming to teach us here, unaambia wenyewe, nawaambia nafikia tufaa tutoe hiyo kitu. listen, wewe pia unachoa maoni yako, mwingine atoe maoni yake na tuone tunaenda wapi. You don't have to come here kuambia watu because maybe unatuambia visivyo ambao hatuelekezi mahali. Vile jamaa anasema kwamba Raila hana network. That's wrong. So nashindwa kuelewa ya kwamba Uhuru hana haki ya kusema anything and is the president of the country, that hana haki ya kutoa ushauri wowote, anyamaze tu. Where on earth? He's the president of the country. He has to give the advice if something is wrong. He can't keep quiet. Hiyo ni advice alikuwa anapeana. Mimi nitaondoka, na nikiondoka nyinyi mkipiga kura, make sure mnachagua mtu ambaye ana maono. Msichague mwizi arrogant atakuja kuharibu maendeleo ambapo Kibaki aliweka na mimi nimeweka, nimeacha. Lazima peana ushauri. Akinyamaza ni alikuwa atamuuliza na hao, mbona hao kusema? Mbona hao kutupatia ushauri? Wewe ndio ulikuwa president of the country. He's the president of Kenya for everyone. Almost 50 million. Why should he keep quiet if something is wrong? Mnaanzema wewe ati yeye ati vitu imefanyika hasemi, and you are forgetting nyinyi mliweka sheria ambapo hawezi futa deputy president. He cannot sack him. Walitengeneza sheria ni nani? Sina hao wao ndio watengeneza kwa ile sheria ilikuwepo, walienda huko galvanize wakuja kaweka hii ya deputy president. These things Raila may explain vizuri how it was. They went there and wakaenda Naivasha wakachange everything. So huwezi kuja hapo tuambia kwamba ati Uhuru hana haki ya kuchagua mtu anasema huyu ama kupeana maoni. How? Kibaki alikuwa mtu wa maneno machache. Kibaki kama hakusupport Uhuru kwa sababu chama yenye Uhuru alikuja nayo si ya Kibaki alikuwa nayo. Uhuru hakuwa kwa chama ya Kibaki. Naona? Na Kibaki alikuwa na mtu wa maneno machache. Hata mliona kampeni kifanywa ya 202, Raila ndiye alifanya kampeni mingi. Kibaki mwenyewe alijua wakati aliingia, kwa hiyo nini tamu yake ya mwisho anajua vile aliingia. Hata hangeweza kwenda kufanya kampeni because what is ask a questions, hata jibu. So Uhuru ana haki ya kutoa maoni kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Uhuru pia ni mpiga kura. Na Uhuru pia kuna mtu anapendelea ile achukue nchi dunia mzima. Ni sasa anafikia mnyi wote tumesoma ndugu zangu. Nchi dunia mzima mtu president wa lazima kuwe na chama yake. Anapigianga upato yule mtu ambapo anaenda kuchukua. Hata akishindwa it's a politics. Ni mchezo. Mwenye ametoa maoni yake kama ameshindwa basi ameshindwa. Yaani akishindwa akipeana mtu na muunge mkono, akishindwa itakuwa ni kitu kingine ya maajabu sana dunia hii. Hamuonangi ikifanyika? So where this narrative it comes ya kwamba Uhuru hawezi support anybody, sasa akishindwa atakuwa aibu gani? Ukiingia kwa mchezo, ukienda kwa mashindano, lazima kuwe na mshindi na mshindwa. Ukienda kwa mchezo lazima utashinda, wananchi ndio wataamua. Wakisema kwamba president mtu umetupatia, sisi hatumtaki, nataka huyu. That's good. Let that one jamba amechaguliwa achaguliwe. Hatuwezi kuja hapo tunasema tunapatia Uhuru conditions and he cannot support anybody else. Na wao unatuambia hata ukienda ndani yale yenye yuko ndani huko haujui. Desa guy alikuwa hapa aliongea vizuri sana na anaitwa namba Jack ana tabia nyingine, wakati mtu wakiongea anakuda interject, anapindua kila kitu, anaharibu ile conversation ilikuwa inaendelea. Jamani explain vizuri, akasema kwamba kwa sababu gani Uhuru hataki kuongea what's going on with Ruto. These guys want the deal. So he knows what happened. So blame zinakuja hapa, we have to blame this both of them. They know. Uhuru anajua kwa nini kitu gani inafanyika. Kama ni wizi alijua, kwa sababu wizi ulifanyikana sana the first time walianza from 2013 to 2017. Hapo ndio wizi ilifanyika zaidi. Na he was there He was his partner. He knew. But pengine ameogopa akisema aweza pia atasema si tulikuwa na wewe sulikula hii, mimi nikakula hii, sulikula hii. Sasa ndio nasema bwana, kama hawezi hatuwezi endesha hii nchi namna hii. I'm the leader. Kama ni hivyo, wewe kama mkono kushoto, wacha mimi nichukue kulia. Na unajua sasa walienda nao ati ni bingwa wawili. Unajua Ruto anaona anatashana na Uhuru. Sasa akasema tayari anajua constitution inamzingira pale, inamzuia. And the other thing anajua vile dili walifanya pale, Uhuru hawezi adunga sindano, akidunga yeye pia atadunga. Ndio naonanga hao jamaa wake hao masoja wake wanapiga mdomo kabisa. Si atuambie ni mwizi nani, kwa sababu kama hawajui vile alitoa maoni yake, angukia ndani na kuanza kubweka namna hiyo. Hiyo kubweka ni kuzuia Uhuru asiseme ili wasifuchuke. Na hiyo kubweka ni kusema kwamba jaribu useme sisi pia tutakufunua. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? To me, that's why the problem is. So kama ni problem hapa kulingana na corruption, watu wote wanajua. Kwa sababu kama president wa nchi, deputy wake hawezi kuwa kwa wiki anatoa karibu milioni 10. Kila akienda mahali anatoa. Hiyo pesa anatoka wapi? Really, if you are the really person, afaa ujue kitu inaendelea. Watu wetu hawaoni. There must a problem. Ruto akiingia 2013 hakuwa na pesa. Wakimuuliza alisema alikuwa sijui na shamba sijui ya eka 100 peke yake. How come within a short time from 2013 to 2017 ana mabilioni ya pesa? Na kuna wanasiasa wamekaa hapo miaka na miaka hawajakuwa na hiyo pesa. Wewe na yeye basi wote hamjiulizi mkasema ni jamani toa hii pesa wapi? You can't ask yourself. And then you say as if muna criticize as if mnakaa pale kwa office, you know what is going on. Do you know where this guy got some money? Why can't you have a question? So to me, Uhuru ana haki ya kutuadharisha wana Kenya. Guys, unaenda uchaguzi. Make sure you una select the right person ambapo hata didimisha nchi na maendeleo yaliyopo. Hajasema mtu sasa nyinyi wananchi mnawajua. Mtumieni nini mawazo yenu. Lakini kama angekuwa hajajuana na president, ange specify fulana ana nini? Ana case, fulana ana case. Unaona? So to me guys, tukiingia hapa, listen to other people and also come with the facts. Wacha tokuwa kwa sababu you are supporting somebody, you don't come with the facts, unakuja kudanganyana. Na hii forum ni international, we are here to educate people, we are here to learn. Toa maoni yako, ukiambiwa hii si sawa, go back and look for it. Or don't just come here na unaanza reject watu, unazuia hutaki usikie wale vile watu wanatoa maoni yao. Na ukiingia una change everything upside. Unaenda kwenye ilianza ilitokea sijui 2014, ingine ilitokea sijui 2003, ingine ilikuwa 78. Unachanganya hizi vitu yote badala uende the main thing you are talking about. Thank you sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana. Ezekiel, I know you have a rebuttal, but now we are going to come towards the end of our debate today. So even as you give your rebuttal, you give your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. Nashukuru sana Ana Mulumbu Senior. Nashukuru vile umeongea. Kweli ninakubali ya kuwa the president has a right to advise people, but he has no authority because he can't force. Ako na right, lakini ana that authority to force. Wataenda na roho yao. Ya pili, ninashukuru kwa sababu umeadmit kwa issue ya corruption ya kuwa from 2013 kweli Ruto hakuwa na pesa, hata Uhuru naye hakuwa na pesa kiasi, lakini vile ameingia kuwa president na ushuru ya serikali hawa wangwana walikuwa wanagawa, na kweli corruption imetokea na uliconclude ya kuwa ama uliadmit ya kuwa president alikuwa ana aid, is an aider or abettor. Is an aider or abettor for that corruption act that took place, kwa sababu hata yeye alinyamaza na akitaka kusema yake itatoka, which means ni vizuri kuambiana ukweli. Umesema ukweli, kama iko vitu ilifanyika hata yeye mwenyewe anajua. Sasa ningeomba ya kuwa kweli hapa tuko kujifunza na and we learn from each other lakini kuna vitu zingine yenye it is a prima facie evidence that hii imekuwa hivi, haina hata yenye hao wangwana walikuwa wanafanya president na deputy president. Hii maneno yote scandal ya corruption itoke, watu wapike nduru, wao ndio wametoa siri yao wenyewe. Sasa hata sisi, mimi naonanga ya kuwa hakuna haja tuseme fulani amesema ni mwizi kwa sababu president amesema. And for your information, kumbe president amekuanga aida ama abettor pesa ya serikali ikifuchwa akiona. Sasa hii channel ni mzuri na mimi nataka nifunge kusema ya kuwa tuwe watu wenye maono na tuangalie mbele na tusaidiane kimawazo. Sisi ni wa Kenya na hatutahama Kenya, na sisi ndio tutachenga Kenya ama tupomoe Kenya kwa maneno ya hearsay. And hearsay is not admissible, kwa sababu hii maneno ya corruption ni hearsay. We have not seen it perfectly. People are being taken to court, lakini sijaiona mtu akikonfliktiwa. Mtu anatoka na bond either 1 million 20 million, you see, na maisha inaendelea. Sasa tuone vile tutachichenga na tukue watu wa ukweli. Ni hayo tu, Mungu awabariki. Asante Mutembei.
Asante. Mutembei hayuko leo, ni Mutembei TV. Mimi naitwa Themba.
Okay.
Mutembei hayuko. So kuna vitu umesema hapo ambazo Ezekiel nakubaliana nazo. Number one, we should allow the court to prosecute everyone, because according to the constitution, you are innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
So we need to allow, and again, we need to allow the institutions that are taxed with, rather are tasked with the responsibility to prosecute corruption cases to do their work. You're saying that none has been prosecuted. There are many that have been found corrupt and they have been taken to court, and some governors have lost their jobs. Waititu is an example, and many others. Now, corruption cases, I know, takes a longer time to prosecute, but if we allow the law and the constitution to work as it should, then of course it will take its course, and eventually many of these people who are found to be guilty, I mean who are accused, hopefully they will be found guilty of what they have done. But as someone pointed out here, like you see Waiguru, when her case came to prosecution and all, it was hard to not, because she was not signing in most of the documents, so it was hard to point her out. So it is that way for most corrupt people who are corrupt. They cover their traces, but hopefully as time goes by, the constitution will bite. It is not Uhuru who will say that so and so is corrupt. It is the law that says so and so is corrupt. Even when you are saying here that Uhuru should have said, they should mention who is a thief, he can't do that. It is the law that does that. There are instruments, there are institutions that are tagged with that responsibility to say who is. But as a president, he has the responsibility to guide the people who support. Because even if we talk right now, ako na watu ambao wanamsupport, and he owes them to give them direction. So if you think you don't support him and you don't agree with him, you have the right to listen to the other person you think is your leader. Unaona? Because that's the constitution. We can't say the constitution is only good when it applies to me, but it is bad when someone else is using the same constitution to express their right. The same way, we wake up here, and I like vile ulisema ya kwamba some of these ni vitu za siasa. At what point did you find Raila akiganga mtu? But every time when Ruto stands up anasema yule mganga, ni lini alimpata akiwa mganga? You know? So, you know, there's those things that are coming out in politics when they talk in their political podiums. But we must be very careful as Kenyans. We must allow ourselves to interrogate what is presented to us. We must not allow ourselves to be used emotionally. Someone comes and wipes our emotions either against one tribe or another. Some of these leaders, the things they did when they were alone, but now when it comes to questions, they want to answer as a community. They want to say that I did it for the community. There's nobody who is seeking that post who is seeking for the community. They are seeking for themselves. So we should not allow ourselves to lose our reason in the benefits of the current, you know, the immediate benefits that we think we are going to get. I also don't like it. What I don't agree with you, Ezekiel, is when you're saying that the deputy president, because he's the deputy president and because he's worked hard, so he should be dishing the money. Those are the things we want to get away from our politics. We want to run away from politics of relying on the person to give you money instead of creating institutions and systems that can make you earn your money. You know, we really don't care about how Ruto is blessed personally. He is okay. He should be blessed, and indeed like anybody else. But as a country, we are concerned in systems and structures that will make the whole country also to feel blessed. You know, we shouldn't have one person who is now coming to announce their blessings while you have so many thousands who are suffering because they're not benefiting from similar blessings because of systems that have not been created. So you can do that as a person, like you, Ezekiel, ukienda nyumbani, you can be philanthropic and you help people. But once you have been elected in an office, yours is not to show us how you're blessed by getting money from your pocket. That is wrong, and you're creating a bad culture. Create a system and create structures to allow the people who elected you to work for themselves and get their own, you know, earn their own money. Nobody wants free money. And for how long will they be getting from your pocket? You know? And you see, that is what politicians do. Politicians will come when they have that opportunity. They want to get money from their pocket, which we don't want. We want to allow, why do you want to use your money while you have been put in a position that you can create a good environment for a large amount of people to make their own money? You know, it is not a favor you are doing for people who have elected you in an office. You sought that office so that you can make their lives better, not to make them adore you or even, you know, worship you. We don't elect you because you have money. We don't elect you because of the money you have made. We elect you to be there as a leader, to create for us an environment that can make us, you know, pursue our goals. So I don't really agree with the concept that, you know, this person is blessed, is going to give more. Those are the things that used to happen many years ago, the issues of Arambe, where leaders would come and attend Arambes and, you know, imagine that their contributions will earn them, you know, political positions. We need to run away from that as a country. We need to run away from that as a people, so that we interrogate our leaders, not in the basis of how much they buy our votes, but how well they are going to articulate our issues in positions and even create policies that are going to make us better. So for me, from where I sit, I don't mind any political party that you want to follow, any leader that you think you want to follow, but interrogate, scrutinize the leader. You are not electing a leader because the leader is going to do you a favor. Leaders don't do us favors. We are employing them. So we need to hold them accountable. We are not electing you because you have money you're coming to dish to us. That is not why we are going into the votes. We are going to elect you because we need you to create systems for us and structures that will make us work for ourselves and earn our money. We don't want to come praising you after 5 years that, oh, you're the one who has done for us this. No, the Constitution assures us of certain things that we can get, whether we vote for you or not. So give us those bare minimums that the Constitution assures us, whether we vote for you or not. My vote, my vote, Ezekiel, your vote for Ruto or you not voting for Raila should not disadvantage you.
It is true.
There are things that the Constitution assures you, and I think I liked what you said, that our Constitution is a devolved Constitution. So devolution assures everyone of achieving certain bare minimums that we can get with or without voting for a government.
Yes, but
so,
officer, before you conclude,
you have a question? Okay.
Yes.
Or a comment?
I'm happy because you have said that. Let me use this example. It is very wise, or it is wise, to show someone how to fish than giving. That is why you said it is not wise every now and then to be given money, dishing out money. It is true. So, are you in line with me if I will say that the candidate who is promising Kenyans now 6,000 is trying to bring such encouragement to make people lazy? I think so. And
that's a very good.
I'm saying that because for your information, my brother, nobody is allergic with money, but we are all allergic with poverty. All people are allergic with poverty. Nobody is allergic with money. I think even if I said now, my brother, get this, you're going to take because it will help you. And that is why I'm seeing the candidates now. So this one is saying that you want to create a job and dishing out money. You see, it's trying to create a favor also. The other one is saying, if you elect me, I'm going to dish out 6,000. I think it is a favor. I hope now even my hands are tied. I'm with you. You can proceed.
You see, I like the way you're asking the question. If you understand the concept, it is not a reinvention. It is not something that is out of the blue. Even in developed countries, if you have read comparatively, you'll realize there's what is called stimulus. All right? Now, stimulus, and if you understand what he said that this is going to be given to the vulnerable families as a stimulus, where no one is working, right? And that family, within that family, no one is working. And this is supposed to help you until such a time when any member of that particular family gets work. Okay? Now, that is not the only thing that is being done. In the meantime, there's industrialization. There's focus in a different kind of aspects of the expanding the economy to make people work, closing up of corruption areas where we lose more money every single day. So you see, what he's saying, that's just one thing that is picked up. And I know, yes, from the other side, it works well for you because now you're able to point it out like, oh, these people are going to be given this money. These people are going to not to be working. But you know why it's becoming it's interesting to understand it from your perspective, because that's the cheapest way to look at it. But if you sit back down and you say, okay, fine, if vulnerable families are going to be identified, and these vulnerable families, they're going to be given 6,000 for the time that they are still not within the economy, they're not doing anything much, until such a time now they move and they enter the economy. That is very possible, and it can happen. If you sit down to ask such questions and even interrogate, how is this going to be implemented, you'll realize it is harder I hope you come back here again. It has been harder for the people that are supporting the wheelbarrownomics to explain how they are going to be giving these circles and which systems of the structures of the constitution they'll use to give this money and dish it out to the circles. It has been harder every single day when we have that debate here. Nobody has come clear to try and explain that, and the more they explain it, the more they get confused. I don't want us to go that line today because we had that debate yesterday and the other day. But we can come back here again, maybe as we keep debating this week, and we try to understand some of those as we interrogate most of those, policies and manifestos. But fair enough, what we are agreeing in is that Kenya is one, and after elections, in spite of all our political persuasions, in spite of all the leaders that we'll prefer, we still have one Kenya and one constitution, which is a constitutional democracy. Come next year, in August, whoever will have been chosen, the leader, whether it's Raila, Ruto, Mudavadi, whoever Kenyans will choose, will be sworn in as the president and will be the president of Kenya. And we therefore hope all of us as Kenyans will be more focused on remaining united within the same, the same constitution, united and respecting each other, appreciating our unity in diversity. We don't have to be in the same basket, but we can always respect other people's decisions and choices. Let us, even as we campaign and as we, you propagate the interest of whichever party, we do it in decorum, respectfully, but also appreciating that in the end of it all, Kenya need to remain as Kenya within the constitutional provisions. I can see still Wekesa. I don't know if you're still there. Wekesa, if you can give your closing remark before we give some shout outs and then we close. Oh, Wekesa is not in. I think maybe he's asleep. So let me give some shout outs, Ezekiel, before you go. Just don't go yet, so that I can see Asili2 TV. Thank you for coming in. Grace Kamau. Thank you for your contribution. God, Lord Jesus. Elizabeth, Bill, Wycliffe, Mulumbu, you're here. Elizabeth, Bill, Innocence, safe. Thank you. Rafael Musioka, thank you. Variety Gitash, thank you also. And everyone else who is joining us either in Facebook or YouTube, we really appreciate your coming in. We really thank you for staying engaged. And thank you for your questions and comments every other time. As we always say, that the opinions presented here are not necessarily those of Mutembe TV or the owner. And therefore, we wish that every time you come in, we appreciate the comments. We are here to learn, inspire, and hopefully change the direction of the debate and understanding of Kenyan politics. We're also here to educate. We hope that you learned something, and we hope that as we move forward, you'll share. Kindly comment, share, and subscribe to Mutembe channel so that much of what we talk about reaches as many people as possible. We really appreciate you. We really thank you. Ezekiel, thank you so much for coming, and hope to see you again later today in our other debate. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, viewers. Let's continue talking, because as they say, when we stop talking, we start fighting. Thank you.